Hey everyone, Kirostyle here. Welcome back to the Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. So we're halfway through case number 3, and I don't see any viewers or anyone in the chat, but we're gonna go right ahead anyways. And also, this is my 100th video on YouTube. Isn't that exciting? I didn't think I'd be doing this for so long. It's been about 7 months since I've been doing YouTube, and I didn't think I would ever make this many videos, but I'm having fun doing it, and I'm really glad for it. So thank you for all the support, and I really appreciate every single one of you. So last time, just to recap, Ryunosuke got his law license reinstated by Strongheart, and we were asked to take on a case. Our client happens to be an old university friend of Baruch Van Ziek's. Speaking of Baruch Van Ziek's, he has taken on an apprentice recently because of orders from Strongheart. It's a mysterious person, masked and in a cloak, who doesn't really speak. And we also found out that Baruch Van Ziek's used to have a brother. And 10 years ago, his brother was killed by a serial killer named the Professor. And the Professor has a wax model at the Wax Museum that was recently stolen. And Sholmes seems to be investigating that while we take care of our trial, in which Professor Albert Harebrain created a teleportation device, and things went a little bit awry, and his sponsor, who was testing it, didn't seem to survive the ordeal. But we proved that maybe there was no teleportation involved at all, and it was all a trick. So we will continue and find out what happens. Well, yeah, and Susato returned to us at the end of the trial. A little bit of a surprise from Iris, who kept it a secret from us, but we finally have Susato back, so that's exciting. Oh, this room. It's been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, though. And it's been some 6 months, hasn't it? That's a long time for things to stay so familiar. I didn't know when you might return, so I want everything to be as you left it. But it's been some 6 months, it's true. So is your father alright, Susie? What happened? My father? Yes, Professor Mikotoba. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why he went back to Japan. Because of the telegram you received, saying he'd fallen ill with a very high fever for some unknown reasons. That's right. So I was surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised, but happy. I think I wrote about it in my letter to you. That it was all a trick. My father is in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that. Well, we're all delighted to have you back. It was quite by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. Because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium. The International Forensic... Oh, that's the same symposium Lord Strongheart mentioned. Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is I'm here now. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris. Oh! You must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan. Yes, of course, I shall. And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About you-know-who. About Kazuma. I know. I'll tell you all that I can. Hey, welcome to the stream. Thanks for coming. When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely. The awful trial? Oh yes, for the murder of Giselle Brett. Oh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie? Oh, well, yes. Since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice. Wow, amazing! I wish I'd seen it. Don't you, Runo? Yes, I suppose so. I want to play at being a lawyer now, too. I could wear a false mustache, maybe. I don't think any mustache could hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. There's something else I've been wanting to ask you, Miss Susato. about the real reason why Professor Mikotoba summoned you back to Japan. You said in your letter it was something to do with the convict's loot we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings. That's right. The very large dog collar we found with the bee emblem on it. It seems Mr. Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain. I understand that when Father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet. Why would that be, then? Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. I can only imagine that something must have happened during that time. But he still refuses to tell me what it was, and I intend to find the answers for myself. I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. Oh, Susie. That's a very meaningful look Susato-san's giving Iris there. Lord Strongheart mentioned something about that symposium too. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend. Yes, and from Japan, my father and Judge Jigoku have been invited. It's something of an honor, I believe. Well, Professor Mikotoba is a leading expert in forensic medicine in our country, after all. But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say? Yes, His Excellency, Judge Seishiro Jigoku. You've met him, Mr. Naruhodo. Last year, in the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgotten. A terrible trial of yours, when you're accused of murder. Ah, yes, I try to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days. Well, it was Judge Jigoku who presided over that trial. If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy never to see that man's face again in my life. Doesn't Jigoku mean like hell or something like that too? What a name. Hey, welcome to the stream. Oh, well anyway, as father was invited to the symposium, he agreed to me returning to Britain too. He won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with him, and in the end he agreed to me going on ahead. Yes, about the symposium. It seems as though Lord Strongheart has put in an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important. I believe it is, yes. As I understand it, Lord Strongheart organized the entire event himself. I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General, the most senior position in the British justice system. He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. That's what Father said anyway. Apparently, it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition. Does Professor Mikotoba know Lord Strongheart personally then, I wonder? Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech all about this very subject only yesterday. But I sort of lost the will to live early on and didn't really listen to much of it. How trying for you. Lost the will to live? A little bit of an exaggeration there, huh? Giselle Brett. The woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, Giselle Brett. That's a name I won't forget for as long as I live. The extraordinary thing is, though, it seems it's a name we should all forget. Sorry? Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out that an Englishwoman by the name of Giselle Brett didn't actually exist. Didn't exist? But how can that be? It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin. And she wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front. A front? But who on earth was she then? Miss A. Shin. Her name is literally all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain about her. Shin, that's an interesting... Her real name is different in the Japanese version. So I guess they must have changed it for the localization. I'm surprised they went with a name like this. A. Shin, huh. Maybe there's a pun involved when they reveal what A stands for, but it's a little bit weird because Shin sounds Japanese, but she was not Japanese. But of course it's spelled with a double N, so who knows. Nobody knows why or even how she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery. But that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. What could the woman have been up to? I'm afraid I really don't know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand. Now she's been killed. I also like how this happens a lot in Ace Attorney, but like the character, you could hear Giselle Brett's musical theme playing as they talked about her. Like, even without the character being present in the room, we can still talk about a character and have their music playing, and it evokes memories of them very easily, and I really like that. I think that makes a really good character theme. All the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered. I'm afraid so. A Shin. Who on earth was she? And why do I feel as though I've heard that name before somewhere? After my friend Ray's trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange. I know the truth! I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate. Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, that he never... Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. But later, I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-sama. And what did you learn? After he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladen at the port of Hong Kong and passed into the care of the consulate staff there. Should have been. Well, it turns out that his body never arrived. It just disappeared. What? Kazuma's body vanished? Our government tried to cover up the fact, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown. Except, Kazuma-sama isn't there. Did Professor Mikotoba know about this? Yes, it would seem that he did. But he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak. I just don't believe it. Man, Professor Mikotoba is keeping a lot of secrets from you, Susato. You're awfully trusting. Like, he seems like a nice guy, but you seem way too trusting, and you're not really, like, pressuring him to tell you these things. I mean, honestly, you respect your father, and, you know, women were kind of in a different societal position back then, but man. Then again, Mr. Sholmes is also keeping a lot of stuff from us lately, isn't he? What is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the SS Burya were definitely strange. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? Could it be? Could it be? He's actually still alive? Stop it, Mr. Naruhodo, it's too much to bear. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Just thinking about the possibility pains me so very much. Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Sholmes was there, wasn't he? Huh. He definitely examined the body. I remember it clearly. Ah, you're right. So if Kazuma hadn't actually been dead at all, it would mean that Mr. Sholmes lied to us. But there's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing. I suppose that's true, yes. The idea that he might still be alive somewhere. He wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it. Because if it turned out not to be true, then I'd be back at the bottom, that awful pit of despair again. I'm terrified of what that might do to me. Oh, Miss Sato. I know she's given the idea the thought it deserves. It's Susato-tan we're talking about after all. So I probably shouldn't push it now. Wait, I can't move anywhere. Am I supposed to just present her things now? About this paper, Miss Susato. Yes, it's all about the Great Exhibition. I've been dreaming about it, you know. I'm sorry that you're gonna miss it. Well, I was sorry that you were going to miss it when you were called back in Japan. So was I. I felt desperately unlucky. Here I am, back in London while it's underway. It's a dream come true. Perhaps you're not as unlucky as you thought then. Once we help Professor Harebrain out of this terrible situation, we should all explore it together. And of course, we must invite the Professor's good friend, Lord Van Zieks, as well. Your luck might not stretch that far. I see your Daruma still has only one eye filled in. Well, we agreed that it's something we do together, didn't we? Oh, that's cute. You can do it right now if you like. I'd be happy with that. Rather like the anticipation, I think, Mr. Naruhodo. So I believe like the thing with Darumas is at the beginning of the year you're supposed to like fill in one eye and then make like a wish or something. Or a promise. And then once it gets fulfilled you fill in the second eye. Oh! You've been here the whole time, Iris. That's why. That's what I'm supposed to do. It must be about a year ago now. I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. It's about one of Hurley's greatest exploits. I called it The Hound of the Baskervilles. Then Mr. Sholmes forbade you from publishing it. He put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it. So nobody knows anything about it apart from Hurley and I. But for some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie? Oh, it sounds so exciting. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. And you wouldn't tell me how you come to know it. Yes, but I made you a promise that I would explain one day, didn't I? I think it's time. Oh! I'm only sorry I've had to keep it from you for so long, Iris. It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study, and I saw something on his writing desk. A large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, The Hound of the Baskervilles. What? My Baskerville story? Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time. But Father came in, and... Susato, what are you doing? Oh, Father. Did you look at those papers? No, I simply read the label, that's all. Well, put it out of your mind. Sorry? Forget that you ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anybody else about it. You understand? But what was Iris's manuscript doing in Japan? I have no idea. When I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would never have guessed that it was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Sholmes' exploits. When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions, and there was no sign of the big box in his office. That's really all I know about it. I've no doubt that Father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still. I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. I've committed every detail about the case to memory. And Iris has told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well. So you're fully abreast of the situation already, Miss Susato. I expect nothing less, to be honest. Isn't she just the best assistant? She keeps apprised of everything. I think our first port of call should be to investigate this Mr. Drebber, the engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick. Yes, a conjurer of sorts by the sound of it, well known in the fields of science and magic. Then we need to go and arrest him. Well, yes. He must know the truth behind this case, so I agree we really need to find the man. It sounds like it's a case of tracking someone down. Which is a job for the police or a great detective. Are we supposed to guess who she might be thinking of? We don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think. Good idea. Well, best of luck then. Oh, you're not coming today? I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. Let me know later how you get on, won't you? That was a little abrupt. The pull of the herb market must be strong. Do you know, I honestly thought I might never have the opportunity to return to Great Britain. And certainly, not so soon. It's funny, for the past 6 months, I haven't been able to work in court. Meanwhile, you've been raising a storm in the Supreme Court of Judicature back in Japan. Please, Mr. Naruhodo, I may have been dressed as a man, but it was a very reserved performance. So what your father said in his letter about a Ryutaro takedown is reserved? Well, anyway, I'm back here in this great capital now, and ready to assist you again, in any way I can. Thank you, Mrs. Sato. It's my pleasure, Mr. Naruhodo. So many locations. Let's go visit Professor Hairbrain first. Oh geez, this guy's been busy. What's he doing? He's... Oh my, the whole wall of the cell is covered in mathematical equations. And he's still writing more now. Professor, sorry to interrupt. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. And who is this young lady? My name is Susato Mikotoba. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor. Oh, if only I'd met a refined young woman like you sooner. None of this would have happened. No, that's not logical. That makes no sense at all. Oh dear, I'm sorry if my presence here upsets you. I owe you an apology too, Professor. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised you I would in court this morning. Oh no. The whole miserable affair. It all happened because I've been such a complete and utter clot. Professor Hairbrain. What have you been working on in your cell? Oh, you mean that? Oh dear, how embarrassing. I, was suddenly struck by an idea, you see, and I simply had to write it down. The wall was all I had to hand. Oh, is some new hypothesis? Something to surpass super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe? No, actually, this is my autobiography. Your autobiography? How I Was Diddled and Fiddled by Albert Hairbrain. I found I could represent my odd fortunes with only odd numbers in an ambitious set of simultaneous equations. Really? I'm going to have to pay back all the loans I took for the kinesis machine, you see. So it's going to be a new serial publication. From next month, part 1, An Odd Birth and Odd Upbringing. You can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure. I see. Well, for now, would you mind if we talked a little more about the case? Oh yes, of course. I've been working through the numbers. I was diddled, I was fiddled, by the pair of them. By Osmond, and by that aloof engineer Drebber. We're not going to have to sit through another explanation of all these equations, are we? Everything I believed in has been turned on its head. My research, Mr. Osmond, the kinesis machine, my hypothesis even. I'm sorry it's come to this. There was really no other way. No, it's not your fault. I want to protect my work, but in the end, it was nothing worth protecting. It was never my intention to deceive anyone, I just didn't want to trick the public. No, of course you didn't. But in court this morning, I realized something. Oh? If you've done something wrong without knowing it, you've still done something wrong. Logically, it makes no difference if you're aware of it or not. Ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me. No, Professor. He believed in me this morning, you know? Baruch did. He believed in my hypothesis. Well, I think that was just a necessary factor in the prosecution establishing its case. No, Baruch wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it. Did he? I think I understand now. Why it was that he decided to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean. After the terrible accident happened, nobody would believe my hypothesis anymore. Not the police, not the prosecution service, not any lawyers even. I feel like I dealt some kind of finishing blow there. So if any other prosecutor had taken the case, if it was anyone other than Baruch, I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis a complete and utter nonsense. And in that case, you would have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor. Exactly. Which would have been a fate worse than death for me. But Baruch insisted that I was a proper man of science from start to finish. You think that's why he... I know him very well indeed. He's an extremely kind-hearted soul. But an extremely kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he? Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it. What about the whole Reaper side of things? How does that fit in with this kind-hearted soul idea? Do you think he set out to trick me from the very start? I'm sorry to say, that does seem likely, yes. When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. He looked over the paper I'd written and said my work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued. He was so enthused, he was so empathetic. But in reality, he was the mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems. I still can't believe it. As the machine was essentially a set decoration for some stage magic. Probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually. But the scale of it, it wasn't just some small trick. It was a very elaborate feat of deception. All young scientists are full of hope about their burgeoning ideas, full of zeal. But none of us have any money. We want to do research, but we can't afford it. Many of us take on barely legal part-time work to try to earn just a few measly pennies to carry on. To go through all of that, only to be taken for a complete fool? It's too rotten to believe. It is, I agree. And that's why we have to find those responsible and bring them to justice. Mr. Osmond is no more, of course, which leaves only the engineer. Mr. Enoch Drebber. Hey, welcome to the stream. We've just been catching up with Susato and Iris and Professor Harebrain. Susato also told us how she knew about the Hound of the Baskervilles, and she informed us that Kazuma's body never actually arrived in Hong Kong. So it's another mystery to add to the list. Oh, and we also found out Giselle Brett's real name. Is he an engineer or a magician? Or a swindler? It was about a year ago when Mr. Osmond first brought Drebber to meet me in my laboratory. Since then, I've met him many times to discuss details about the kinesis machine. But at no point did you have any inkling that he was just an illusionist. Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist. What do you mean? He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. There's no question that the man's a genuine scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation. I see. But the wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. Are there any more clues you can give us as to his whereabouts? I'm sorry, we only ever discussed the kinesis machine, nothing else. Although, just once, I did visit his workshop. What workshop? Drebber's enormous fabrication laboratory, where he constructed my great machine. Why didn't you mention this before? Enoch Drebber's workshop. There's every chance we might find the man there. So you've been to Drebber's place of work then? Yes, just once, you understand. It was an enormous place, plenty of room to construct the kinesis machine, you see. Where can we find it? We have to go there at once. There's a good chance we'll find Drebber there. Well, yes, definitely. I'm sure, as in, I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this. But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all. I'm so sorry. I was more than half expecting that. You see, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there. He blindfolded you? He wasn't taking any chances then. The place was incredible, the pinnacle of modern engineering. Even the oil he used was the very best, a special French machine oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Ah, the indescribable scent of that imported oil. Perfumers across the world should forget their secret formula and use that instead. What do you think, Mr. Sato? Ode a machine for your next birthday? I've never used any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm not sure I'd like to start with that. I don't suppose you know even part of the workshop's address, Professor. You don't have a business card for Mr. Drebber, for example. The man was clearly very cautious, Mrs. Sato. I'm sure he would never have... Aha! Yes, I do! He gave me his business card once. It's right here, look! What? Let me see that! Throw etiquette to the wind, why don't you? Enoch Drebber, engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address. No. Oh well, I can't say I'm surprised. Still, this could be useful. Puppy! I had no idea there were so many people in the world. I know what you mean. It's really packed here today. It feels as though it's taking us 2 hours just to make our way through the crowds to this point. Has it? I shut my brain down so I didn't really notice, to be honest. Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruhodo. There you are. I had a feeling you'd lot would show your mugsy for long. Well, that was you. Oh, Inspector Gregson. I see you're hard at work as usual. Warm greetings to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since we last met. What's with all the ceremony? We just saw each other in court this morning. Not you, Sunshine. The gentlewoman so loyally at your side. Oh. Why, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice. He might be a bit rough around the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose. As you probably guessed, we're hoping to investigate the scene some more. Right, well, that's the young trainee's domain. Boy, get over here, Gina. She seems to be busy playing with the puppy. Probably giving it a traditional East End training. Gina? She's a police officer now? Amazing, isn't it? Just a good kid, actually. Heart's in the right place, anyway. She's got the detective bug, if you ask me. Yep. I think she'll follow in my footsteps nicely. Oh, that's really nice of you to say, Gregson. What do you mean? Now I'm being transferred. It's time for me to say toodaloo to London. Oh no, really? That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Where are you going to be posted then? We'll come to see how you're getting along. Not likely, but you're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France, that is. To France? Do you even speak French, Gregson? I'll be working in the Paris Police Prefecture. Should be right up my alley. But France, it's an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there? That's the way the adult world works, Sunshine. No, don't go poking your nose in where it's not wanted. I'm intending to take the kid with me when I go. What? You're taking Gina to Paris? Well, I can't leave her here in London. Who knows what become of her? I suppose he's worried she'd slip back into slipping her hands in people's pockets and purses. Oh, he's worried about her. I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Naruhodo. I think he's worried about the Reaper. Oh, of course. So that's playing on Inspector Gregson's mind too, is it? Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina. So don't go blabbing, you hear me? No. Of course not. I've gotta keep that diving diva safe and sound. Until all this is over, at least. Boy, you just called me a bloomin' diving diva again. So you heard that, did you? Right, well, any questions about the scene, you can put them to my capable detective diva here. Alright, you're the boss. Also, Gregson's worried about Gina and the Reaper curse, so he wants to take her to France with him. That's nice. Sad that we're parting, but that's nice. Inspector Lestrange's in charge here now. I suppose I better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. So, Gina, you got a new dog, have you? Isn't he great? Helby's his name. Oh my god, he's so cute! Oh, how delightful. He's absolutely adorable. Yes, the dog does seem lovely, but it's the not-so-lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind, to be honest. And she named the dog Toby, so that means she named him after Gregson. Gina, we were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like. Oh, that's right, is it? I'm gonna be playing with my new friend here. Oh, she looks so happy. Ah yes, Toby. The machine that exploded must be at the top of those stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind... Sorry, you can't go up there, Suze. Suze. Oh. It's like I told Otto yesterday. Even I ain't allowed near that wreck. What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. Is that what you're thinking of? That's the one. That's why only them lot are allowed to investigate it. What are they called again? The Friend 6-something? The Forensic Investigation Team. Is that what you were thinking of? That's the one, yeah. But isn't the case that the special dispensation has been lifted? I think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with you. You're still supposed to get permission from some bigwig or other, as far as I know. What was his name again? Lord Strange something. I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps. That's the one, yeah. Apparently, he's always watching the time or something. So at Lord Strongheart's express permission, we can't investigate on the stage. It was great, wasn't it? I had a right laugh. There's a new one on me, that. You know, being in court and not spending the whole time worrying I'm about to be found out. You did keep an awful lot of secrets in your previous court appearances, didn't you? Yeah, and Otto's made things odd for me every single time and all. Just doing my job, Gina. But watching someone else get it in the neck is a lot of fun, actually. It was amazing when you showed that dodgy professor's dodgy experiment was a total fix. The dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruhodo's client. Yes, I'm starting to wish he wasn't, though. It's the boss I feel sorry for, sent off to do the impossible. What do you mean? He's supposed to arrest that other cove, ain't he? And in time for tomorrow and all. You know, the dodgy engineer. What's his name again? Mr. Drebber, you mean. Enoch Drebber. That's the one, yeah. So the police are looking for this mysterious man with a black monocle. I guess they would be. It's putting too much on the boss, if you ask me. He says giving him a guttache. Oh dear. I do wonder if that isn't actually from all the fried food. So Scotland Yard are trying to track down Mr. Enoch Drebber. I wonder if they've had any luck. He's really funny looking. Got two eyes what don't match. Still a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. I mean, I didn't actually pinch it or nothing. The old devil's got it. Sorry, who? You know, that Scowling Reaper what's out glugging down glasses at blood red plonk. Ah, Lord Van Zeeks. He's always at it in for me, that cove. Don't know what he's always scowling about, mind. Probably would have been a pretty good boss as it goes. She'd rather be the Reaper's apprentice than a detective's trainee. The way I see it, the choice is between a chip-guzzling detective and a chalice-glugging demigod. You're equally badly off with both. I suppose you're right. I hadn't thought of it like that. Glad we put that one to bed. Anyway, the point is, everyone at the yard's dead set on finding the fishy engineer. There don't seem to be no clues to go on, so they're stuck. There's nothing that can lead us to Drebber at all. Toby the dog! Where'd you find that little mutt then, Gina? Boy, don't be so flaming rude, Otto. Slight overreaction, don't you think? He ain't no mutt, alright? Toby's. How'd you put it? Oh yeah, a bona fide detective. Sorry? I've given him a proper title and everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby to you. More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he? Oh, so he's a police dog, is he? The police recruit dogs now. I've heard that they're already being used officially in Germany as part of their city policing. They're used for chasing criminals and such like. They have a wonderful sense of smell after all. I have a fairly good sense of smell myself as it happens. I can tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't. Ha! That's nothing compared to this little fella, Otto. Oh really? According to what the boss said, once Toby has got a good whiff of your drawers. Oh, he's so cute, look at him! His tail, his little tail. He could chase the scent to the other side of the world. What? To the other side of the world? You mean he can swim? Mr. Naruhodo, I think you may have missed the point by rather a wide margin. I just can't believe this little dog has such an incredible skill. I'm telling you, Otto, there's gotta be more dogs doing their bit for the police in the future. Yes, I agree. Right. One of these days, they'll be barking orders at us lot too, not the other way around. Oh dear. Sorry, Gina, I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much. Well, anyway, whichever you think about that, Toby here is Britain's first police dog. I found him down in the East End the other day. Someone had just checked him out on the street. There you go. I knew she lifted him from somewhere. Well, she only found him like yesterday, but he's the first police dog. That's not enough time for training. Oh, Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals. So... I'm not sure if I should do this now or if I should wait, but... I should probably present her with Drebber's card. Ah, what the heck, we'll do it now. Gina, would you take a look at... Oh, where did it go? Heh, looking for this, Otto. When did she do that? I wonder if you got anything else to show me, eh? What do you reckon? Give that back first, please. Okay, I guess I have to do that later. That's probably the last thing I have to do in this investigation. So we'll do that afterwards. So she's not going to let us up here. Oi! That's off limits up there! Try to sneak past me again, and I'll stuff your gob full of the boss's fish and chips. Yes, please, I love fish and chips. I suppose we need special permission. Okay, let's go see Lord Strongheart. Oh, who's that standing beside Lord Strongheart? I wonder. I've never seen her before. Ah, the young champion of the court. You had some success this morning, I understand. And you've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result. Oh. You mean because of Professor Harebrain's experiment? Sham science being demonstrated at London's Great Exhibition. The country's been made to look foolish, and now politicians are scrambling to respond. Lord Van Zeeks is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing. Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. Yeah, don't blame me for this, come on. Why is everything my fault? None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. A special dispensation that prevents investigation at the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with that scrap metal in no time. Scrap metal now, is it? Until later then, Lord Strongheart. Yes, thank you. Who is that? That was Dr. Courtney Scythe, Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. She's leading the forensic investigation team's handling of this case. She was just delivering her report about the victim, in fact. Oh, I see. About Mr. Osmond. Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to reevaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly. You can find her in the forensics laboratory. Okay, she literally just left. Like, when I catch her in the hallway, right? Surely. Alright. Now, what were you here to see me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time. So he's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore. What exactly is the forensic investigation team that you mentioned before? The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. I first created the forensic investigation team a year ago, now unofficially of course, to pave the way. Goodness, a year ago? At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly. What do you mean? For too long, these scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. But London's scum is about to be rounded up and burnt in the fires of hell. I intend to see to it personally. By creating the finest police force the world has ever known, to protect our honor and our future. Look at those eyes. He means every word. Dr. Scythe is an extremely reliable coroner. When I officially establish the forensics division at Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman. Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Mikotoba. Oh, yes, my lord. Your father should be on high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan. Yes, that's right. I understand he will arrive at the beginning of next month. Are you acquainted, Lord Strongheart? With Professor Mikotoba, I mean. It was many years ago now, but yes. I remember Dr. Mikotoba very well. Huh. If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student. It was the year I was born, so yes, 16 years ago in fact. Oh, so Sato was 16 years old. I know everyone's younger than they probably appear, but... Mikotoba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jigoku accompanied him as a young promising judge. The punctiliousness and politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way. I didn't think you were. Dr. Mikotoba studied forensics at one of London's largest hospitals, St. Sinner's, if I'm not mistaken. Dr. Scythe was also there, as it happens. Then, Dr. Scythe knows my father, does she? She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly. But I've no doubt they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mikotoba was here studying his subject for some 6 years in total. 6 years? It's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it? I lived with my grandmother in those years. So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years. was a rather turbulent time at home. Oh. Perhaps father wanted a reason to get away. What do you mean, why? Well, clearly something was going on at the time. I want to ask you about Lord Van Zieks, actually. I heard his older brother was killed some years ago by a mass murderer known as a professor who targeted nobles and royalty. Is that right? You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper. What? Why? When his brother, Clint Van Zieks, was murdered, it was just after young Baroque had graduated from the University of London and become a prosecutor. When obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing, rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say that whenever Baroque Van Zieks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind. Oh my word! So Lord Van Zieks isn't the Reaper, it's the ghost of his brother? Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles. Oh, yes, Lord Strongheart. Go on. It's about Professor Harebrain's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains, if possible. Are you well versed in science, then? Not in the slightest. In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently. Well, the special dispensation legally preventing an investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. Within a few hours, Dr. Scythe's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage, as long as you touch nothing. Thank you! Being able to look at it is better than nothing. And I'll be able to see it too. Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls. We are extremely sorry to have troubled you when you are so busy, my lord. I have important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium, you understand. Yeah, sounds like a lot of things happened 10 years ago. You can bet they'll probably crop up again. Oh, we have so many places we can go to. Let's stop by the forensics laboratory first before we go to the experimentation stage. I believe this is it. Dr. Scythe's laboratory. That chemical smell really assaults the nose, and there's plenty to assault the eyes in here too. It looks as though the doctor isn't here. We're here now, so we may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think? What a seasoned tourist you've become, Mrs. Sato. We could just have a look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls. There's no music here right now either, that's kind of... A table and a set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. So why is it that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing? It may be best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing the large tome that's open on the desk does make me wonder, though. How can anybody concentrate on bookwork with this acrid odor of chemicals in the air? You either have to have a cast iron constitution, or a really terrible sense of smell. Those large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside them. I suppose they're fruit liqueurs or something. Or like the pickled umeboshi plums we make back home. Father had jars like that in his laboratory as well. I expect they're human organs in a preserving solution, probably as examples of some rare medical condition. Mrs. Sato, there are some things in the world that it's perfectly fine never to know about. Ever. Oh. So as I said, I'm sure they're just fruit liqueurs or umeboshi. Aren't they? Of course. Look at all the bottles on the shelves in the cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals. These ones here are labeled highly toxic. That's worrying. Because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there. Oh yes, and they actually say salt and pepper on them. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes. Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death. Look at this big thick book here. Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh. What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. 500? He must be working really hard on dissecting corpses. I don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. And scalpel blades can be sharpened too. It does seem a bit strange. You're right. 500 scalpels a month. What could they possibly be using all that for? What are you doing? Ah! Sorry, we had something we want to ask you, but you weren't here, so... So you thought you'd snoop around. That's acceptable to you people from the East, is it? Well, what do you want? Lord Strongheart told us, you see, that it was you who examined the victim's body. Mr. Osmond's body, I mean. So he came to ask you about your findings, and Lord Strongheart's advice. Very well. I love Dr. Scythe's musical theme, too. It's very, like, elegant, but it's also, like, somber at the same time. It fits her character design really well. I also like how her tie pin is like an Asclepius symbol, the twin snakes that represent, like, medicine. She also seems to have a snake coming out of her sleeve there, like a bracelet. If the Lord Chief Justice had given his consent, I'll tell you what our investigation revealed. When we're done, you must leave immediately. I didn't finish examining this skeleton. But look at this! What a magnificent display case! The cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers really are very skilled, aren't they? You have nothing to say about the skeleton inside, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sato, can't you just tell me can't you tell I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about terrifying contents of the case? It's how I cope. I'll be sure to remember that from now on. I suppose this is Dr. Scythe's desk. I would not like to work in a place like this. It's very tidy though, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Imagine how efficiently she must work. The lighting is poor, which is bad for the eyes, and the chemical smell can't be good for you. Not to mention the skeleton watching over you as you work, which is definitely bad for the nerves. Well, yes, those are valid concerns, I suppose. I can just about cope with one-eyed Daruma doll watching over me, but that's all. So, you want to know what the forensic investigation team determined from its examination of the scene? The victim, Mr. Odi Osman, disappeared from the experimentation stage amid an explosion. And the Mr. Osman who appeared moments later, partway up the Crystal Tower, were without question one and the same person. That is the team's conclusion. But that can't be right. If it was an elaborate trick, we could only speculate about how it was carried out. Let's see if two people who looked very similar to each other were involved. They could make it appear as if one single person had switched places, couldn't they? Very true, but sadly in this instance, that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared were the same person. The fingerprints of the scene make that quite evident. Ah, fingerprints. They're not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system. One day, they will be used as an investigative aid, as a matter of course. Oh my, but that would mean... The the instantaneous kinesis actually took place. So, where does that leave us? My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions. Oh. Instantaneous kinesis is impossible, yet the body did move from one place to the other. This hasn't cleared up anything at all. It's made the whole thing even more of a mystery. Mama, what is this? Ah, well, where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? This is a lawyer, dear. Oh. Hello. To meet you. Pleased to meet you. Yes, I'm a defense lawyer. Ryunosuke Mama? Yes? Can I cut this one up? What? I've never seen inside an Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like. Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see. Boring. I think I just had a near-death experience. Oh dear, Mr. Naruhodo, you're as pale as a corpse. Then let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. Gina, we were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Yeah, alright. It's around here, you can do what you like. Oh, that's right, is it? I'm gonna be playing with my new friend here. Ah yes, Toby. The machine that exploded must be at the top of the stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind. Sorry, you can't go up there, Suze. Oh. Like I told Otto yesterday, even I ain't allowed near that wreck. What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it? The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. Is that what you're thinking of? That's the one. That's why only them lots are allowed to investigate it. What are they called again? The Forensic something? The Forensic Investigation Team. Is that what you're thinking of? That's the one, yeah. But isn't it the case that the special dispensation has been lifted? I think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with you. You're still supposed to get permission from some bigwig or other as far as I know. What was his name again? Lord Strange something. I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps. That's the one, yeah. Apparently, he's always watching the time or something. Actually, we've just recently been to see Lord Strongheart. Eh? You what? You met him? Last time the boss was called to go and see him. He waited for 3 hours at the Cove's office and came back sniveling. Tragic. Well, Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scene as long as we touch nothing. Well, yeah? Honestly. Alright then, go ahead. If it turns out you're lying, it'll be the boss who gets it. He'll never eat another chip again in his life. So, you're still saying all this is above board, are you? I'm sure everything will be fine. That really would be tragic. Alright then, them's the stairs. Off you go. Well, thank you, Gina. These stairs lead up to the experimentation stage. Let's go and see what we can find out. Oh my, so this is the machine that was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place. Yes, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse for wear at the moment. What extraordinary lengths Professor Harebrain went in order to obtain the research grant. No, the professor was tricked as well. He didn't know anything about it. Yes, of course. It is amazing though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British. You're right about that. You never see such a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure. Oh look, is that... Lord Van Zeeks? So, I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Mrs. Sato? Already? He is the Reaper, remember? We'd do well to keep our distance, I think. We have permission to be here, from the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine. As long as we don't touch anything. From the top? Do you mean Lord Strongheart? Exactly. So we can stay here and stare at this wreckage for as long as we like. She could have been at the center of the explosion here and it wouldn't have bent her steel will. Ugh. Least approachable man in the world winner. 10 years in a row. Be strong, Mr. Naruhodo. Your country and your assistant stand firm behind you. Lord Van Zeeks. What? Well... Beautiful weather we're having, isn't it? And I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently, you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs. Oh, I read them. So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited. Well, the thing is... Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate, on the condition that we didn't disturb anything. And yet you've managed to disturb me. Never mind. State your business, then. Come to think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Van Zeeks about. Not least of which is that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with this. Ask away, Mr. Naruhodo. You won't know unless you try. So... Clint. Was the name of your older brother, I understand, Lord Van Zeeks. You Nipponese. I always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So, you've been investigating me, have you? Oh, no, it's not like that. Well, alright, it is a bit like that. My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Van Zeeks family. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us. The professor, you mean? Is something funny? And that's the extent of what you've discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised. Sorry? There's more to it, then. Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it? You're too kind. Are you going to tar all Nipponese with the same brush next? So tell me, what's your interest in that historic incident? As it happens, Lord Van Zeeks, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention. Are you aware of the Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork by any chance? I am, naturally. I believe that since last month, I feature in one of the displays there, for public scorn. Of course, the infamous Reaper the Bailey would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he? Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place, and held for ransom. A particular waxwork? Which... Wait, you mean... Yes, it's the professor. Mr. Sholmes is investigating the case as we speak. I was unaware of that. He's turned as white as a sheet. Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Drebber, already? Surely that goes without saying. We're very keen to see him found as well. The trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier. Which, according to Professor Hairbrain, was of a tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair, wears a black monocle. So, I was just wondering... Oh, sorry, that was me. So, I was just wondering, I realize it's probably not possible, but, we very much appreciate any more clues you can give us. Wow, Susato-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns. Fine. Why not? I have a photograph of the man here from an investigation 10 years ago. Though it appears he already had the black monocle at the time. What? Oh, nothing. I was just surprised you shared that with us. We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow, which means we have to do everything we can possibly do to track him down in the short time available. So why wouldn't I show you the photograph? What is about Lord Van Zeeks? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. Ah, the file I requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you. Are you alright? Who is this man, Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Van Zeek's apprentice, apparently. So I'm not the only one. Susato-san can see it too. Lord Van Zeeks, may we speak with your apprentice for a moment? With him? Why? Kazuma-sama! Kazu-ma. I don't believe it. Your posture, your presence, it can only be... It's you, isn't it? Kazuma-sama. I felt something strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure. As if I knew him somehow. Can it really be you, Kazuma? But wait! Too late. What's going on here? What is your interest in my apprentice exactly? You act as if you know the man or something. Well, since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago. Lord Strongheart introduced him to me about 3 months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor. But he didn't tell you why, did he? The man appears to be suffering from amnesia. He's forgotten every last detail about himself. He has amnesia? Tomorrow, he will appear in court on my side. What? He's to serve as my judicial assistant, on Lord Strongheart's orders. He'll be in court with us? Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course. Oh, yes, thank you. I definitely saw a reaction there. When Susato-san called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve. When she called out, Kazuma-sama. What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders were buckled and twisted in the blast. What they call the bird cage was right in the middle of it all, just here. But look, Mr. Naruhodo, that metal grill on the floor. Looks as though it's designed to open. It does, doesn't it? If the floor had opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred, the bird cage could have dropped through and disappeared from sight. I don't think there's any doubt that this was a very elaborate hoax, is there? This wasn't here yesterday. Really? But if I'm not mistaken, it's the cage in which the victim was standing before he was apparently beamed through the air. That's right, the bird cage. According to what Professor Harebrain said in court, it's made of wood. Or more precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. And despite having been in an explosion, and then falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. What a wonderfully durable construction, wouldn't you say, Mr. Naruhodo? I'd understood that the forensic investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. I suppose they must have brought it back here when they finished their work. But sadly, not with the body inside it. No, that's right. I know we were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still, this is too important a piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial. Yeah, let's just touch everything, just like last time when they told us not to. You'd already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Yesterday, in fact, at Lord Van Zeek's office. I see. And if Kazuma-sama really is alive, it means that Mr. Sholmes lied to us. I know. We're going to need to speak to him about that. You're going to have to leave now. The forensic investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems. What sort of problems? Foreign affairs problems. Well, we could do without that. Alright, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Miss Susato. Of course. Oh my, no wonder it's called the House of Horrors. I'd like to turn on my heels and go straight home, via the confectionery. Being scared makes you crave sweets? I can understand that. I was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but there's no sign of Mr. Sholmes anywhere. That's strange. He should be here investigating the abduction of the waxwork. Oh well, I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. I thought maybe he'd be hiding amongst the waxwork. Let's examine them again, see if we get different conversations with Susato. This one's posture reveals his weakness. Sorry? The killer's stance leaves him wide open to attack. I'm quite sure I could see him off. With a Susato takedown, then a Susato squash, and finally a Susato smash. Right. And if that doesn't render the culprit unconscious, a Susato slam should finish him. Susato slam? Oh, I'm sorry. It's, rather hard to explain. Leave yourself open slightly, and I'll demonstrate. Absolutely not. That was a cute conversation. We gonna talk about stepladders? Ah, there's a stepladder there, look. Oh, yes. A stepladder. I think perhaps we should let the proprietors know that someone's left it out. The stepladder, I mean. Is something wrong? Why do I feel as though I just managed to sidestep an argument? Hey, look, I got an achievement for it. Oh, what a horrifying scene! A murder caught in the grisly act. I know, and in case you're wondering, it's the one with the big knife that's supposed to be the killer. I don't think anybody will be any doubt about that, surely. And did you know that according to the description, the bathtub at the back has no particular significance? What? Really? I would have thought it meant to show the killer also worked in a bathhouse peddling criminal wares. Aha, we have a new theory. Hey, welcome to the stream. Ah yes, the heavy curtains in the middle of the House of Horrors. Whatever's on the other side of them, you just know it's going to be terrifying, don't you? The sign says it's the Madame Tuspel special exhibit. Seems you have to pay extra to go inside. I know, can you believe that? Pay more money, as if we haven't been scared enough already? It's not my doing, Mr. Naruhodo. Sholmes isn't around, is he? Is Iris back? Nope. Professor Harebrain, what do you make of this? Oh yes, that's just what we need to prove my hypothesis, isn't it? No. It's nothing to do with your hypothesis, actually. Then take it away! I don't want to be bothered with anything that doesn't assist my science! Alright. Keep your abundant hair on. Seriously, you have nothing to say about that? What about this? Seriously? Maybe now I can show them to Gina, maybe. Aha! Gina. We were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Wait, we had this conversation already. Oh, that part's new. Apparently we can't look around on the stage now because the forensic investigation team are at work. Can't you do anything, Gina, in your capacity as Inspector Lestrade? Look, I'd like to help you out. But I'm just a trainee, ain't I? Ain't nothing I could do? When it suits you, yes. Gina, would you take a look at... Oh, where'd it go? Yeah, this is the same conversation earlier, too. I want to present this to you, though. Okay, fine. Let's do some investigating, then. See if we see anything different today. Here's a scorching on the ground that you mentioned. Yes, and that's what's left of the green balloon's envelope. All clear evidence of the balloon that exploded on the day of the incident. Poor Professor Harebrain. I do feel sorry for him that his dreams have been shattered like this. Someone's well and truly burst his bubble, as it were. Haha. Ouch. I'm a bad person. Oh, the Crystal Tower. I can't believe I'm seeing it at such close proximity with my own eyes. You've really been looking forward to the great exhibition, haven't you, Miss Susato? Oh yes, when I found out that I had to return to Japan, I'm afraid I cursed my luck. Here you are, back in London, gazing up at the magnificent tower. I know. Perhaps I was wrong to curse my luck so harshly. What a shame that the symbolic landmark of the Great Exhibition has been damaged like that. Yes, unfortunately, the birdcage crashed in the most prominent position possible. It's the gods giving us a warning, if you ask me. Man must travel under his own steam and not cut corners with instantaneous kinesis. But imagine what might have happened if the birdcage had landed in a slightly different location. The death toll could have been far worse. So I think perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. Well, the gods are benevolent, obviously. I did say it was just a warning. Man must travel under his own steam, or next time, bird cages will rain down on all of you. Your faith is much stronger than I realized. Well, how do you think I passed the entrance exam for Yume University? It wasn't by studying alone. Oh look, a flying balloon. I've never seen one in the flesh before. I can't understand how they can fly, and so high up as well. But think of the view, Mr. Naruhodo. You must be able to see for miles and miles. I do think of it, and it terrifies me. I mean, it would be certain death if you fell out. I'm sure they're perfectly safe. After all, they've been invented by some of the brightest minds in the world. Let's not forget that we know at least one has exploded. I'm sure there are other ways to fly. Okay, maybe Holmes is back now, I don't know. You better not try going up those stairs to the stage area now. If we were bumped into the forensic investigation team, it sounds like it could make trouble. Come on, Sholmes, I need you. So, what are you doing at the moment, Doctor? Keeping a close eye on things so no impertinent Easterners think they can look around in my office. Are there such impertinent Easterners around? How terrible. Yes, you. She doesn't mince her words, Mr. Sato. I think perhaps it's time we left. I guess you have nothing else to say to us then. Come on, Sholmes. Okay, maybe let's try. We haven't been back to... I don't think there's nothing here, though. So I must need to present something to someone. Okay, Dr. Scythe won't let me present things to her. Gina, this stuff, the new stuff I got, she doesn't seem to care for. Did I try this one? I gave her I tried the cage, I think, and I tried the photo. No, I tried the business card. Did I try the photo? Okay. And then there's... Hairbrain won't accept the new things either. I'm forgetting something. What am I forgetting? Okay, let's have a quick look. According to this, Sholmes should be back, so I must be missing something. Oh! I know. I totally forgot about this part. This dark smudge here. I think perhaps it's machine oil. Yes, possibly. Professor Hairbrain mentioned something about the oil Mr. Jebber uses, didn't he? He said it was specially imported very high quality oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Yes, that's right, but more importantly, that it's more fragrant than the finest perfume. So excuse me a moment. Oh, it doesn't appear to have any scent at all. Don't worry, I expect it's just because there's just such a tiny amount here. Okay, now I think Gina will take it. I thought that I forgot that there was oil on it. I thought they were just gonna sniff out his scent from it. About this, Gina. Yeah, I'm still learning me letters at the moment. I only know A to E, so if it ain't too much bleeding trouble. Actually, Gina, it's the back of the card that's important. Eh? How come? There's just dirty old smudge on the back, that's all. It turns out that this is a very high quality French machine oil. It has a very particular scent, apparently. You don't say. Let's have a whiff then. You sure? I don't smell nothing. No, we didn't mean that you should smell it. Oh, right. You mean Toby. Yeah, good boy. Aww. His sense of smell is so good, he can track people over the oceans, can't he? Professor Hairbrain informs us that this oil is unique to Mr. Drebber's workshop. Look at him. Aww. Upper. I think he's picked up a scent. So you mean, if he follows the scent of this oil, Toby could lead us to Dodgy Cove's workshop? That's right. That's exactly what we were hoping. Alright then, we'll give it a go. I'll just borrow that. But wait, when did you... Once a pickpocket. If I can lead everyone to that Drebber's workshop, I'll be the boss's boss before next week. Oh yes, Gina. I'm sure you'll be promoted. Poor Gregson. Right then, Otto, leave it to me. Sorry. We're gonna get going after that dodgy engineer cove right then this minute. Oh, but hang on. Someone's supposed to be on guard duty here this time. I'm afraid we can't help. We need to get on with our investigation as well, Gina. Oh, right. Oh well, never mind. It ain't gonna be me what gets it in the neck, he'll be the boss. Poor Gregson again. Ray, Toby? Got that oil scent, have ya? Come on then, boy. See you later. I do hope the scent of that oil leads them to that swindler's workshop. Yes, I hope so too. Ideally before the dog swims across the channel to France. Well, I think we've done all the investigating we can here for now. We could just determine the whereabouts of Mr. Drebber. I'm sure Gina and little Toby won't let us down. Now then, do you think we ought to try to speak with Mr. Sholmes at this point? We have things to discuss, and I'm dying to meet him after all these months. Yes, it's quite possible he might know something useful. You're right. We have to find him at Madame Tuspel's. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary waxwork exhibit. Yes, Iris told me about his latest unusual venture. And now he'll be here. Here we are again at the House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't got used to the place yet. I still like to turn on my heels and go straight home. Via the confectionery, of course. Zeta-san really is after something sweet today, isn't she? Eeh! What's the matter? Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Look at that waxwork. I'm quite sure it wasn't there before. It looks exactly like Mr. Sholmes down to the very detail. Aha! What is it? Oh, sorry, I think you'll find that's the temporary waxwork himself. Ah, the friend of my dedicated employee. Oh, yes, hello again. It's Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I must say, I'm quite spellbound by the great detective. He is a marvel. My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs. You don't mean... But yes, the mystery is solved already. Wow, Mr. Sholmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough. So as you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties. Yes. His habitual duties? Hello. Do not disturb, huh? Poor Sato-san, she looks very perplexed. We really do need to speak with Mr. Sholmes, and I'm longing to say hello again. But where is he? And I think you might find he's quite nearby, actually. Oh, what do you... Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I! The world-famous great detective and waxworker, Dr. Sholmes. Susato-san! Susato-san! I was half expecting her to give him a Susato takedown or something, but I guess she only does that to me. My most humble apologies. I thought I'd died. Gone to eternal paradise for a moment. My dear madam, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty-free deduction at some point. As long as it's not of questionable street food quality. I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes? Merely a secret identity, you understand, though the case is largely solved now. Largely solved? We're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume. Indeed we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was as easy as proverbial pie. Though I confess I have yet to partake of pie, proverbial or otherwise, or any food today, so far as for that matter. That stomach rumble echoed around the whole museum. How did you manage to solve it so quickly? Ah, well, you remember I said it was largely solved. Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone? Oh yes, it's a most modern invention allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. In Japan, only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as yet. This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, the waxwork was returned. That's amazing. Just between you and I, it would appear the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event. Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom, no? Yes, I think perhaps the ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive. But does that not mean your negotiating was entirely unnecessary? A fact I must ask you to keep from Madame Tispel's at all costs. A hungry young Iris awaits my return to Baker Street after all. Poor Iris. Now then, do I sense that you have some business with this great waxwork? We're in the process of trying to track somebody down. Oh? Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. He's the swindler who duped Professor Harebrain, and the engineer who built the kinesis machine. And a swindler and an engineer. Quite the modern man. He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts too, with considerable knowledge of stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. We have so few clues to go on. That's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas? I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. If I knew something of the man's appearance at least, I may be in a better position to help. Yes, Drebber's appearance. Fortunately for you, however, presently I have little to occupy myself and little time to fill my stomach. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I should gladly give you my thoughts on it. Okay, we'll give him that afterwards, but let's ask him about this. Mr. Sholmes, did you lie to us? My dear Naruhodo, stay that piercing stare. What is this all about? Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain, aboard the steamship, your words were very clear. So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. You told us that it was murder. You examined Kazuma-sama's body. Indeed, and wherein lies the problem? We met him earlier today. The victim, Kazuma Soki. You're quite sure? He was wearing some sort of mask, was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure it was Kazuma-sama. You must have known at the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead. Well, I can only assume I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere of the moment. But the fellow wasn't dead at all? Ahaha! Priceless! I don't suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruhodo? I could believe the crewman present at the time made a mistake. Not you, Mr. Sholmes. I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Please, Mr. Sholmes. Tomorrow in court, you'll find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that is all I can say. Really? Okay, fine. Mr. Sholmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print? It's of Mr. Enoch Drebber, the face of the engineer we seek. Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course, so looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive. Are you alright, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes, forgive me. Very interesting, this. Very interesting indeed. What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You've turned quite pale all of a sudden. I have a suggestion, Mr. Naruhodo. Will you indulge me? Oh, well, what is it? As I explained to you when you arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned, and I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit from which it was taken, behind those thick curtains. Oh yes, the Professor exhibit, isn't it? Would you like to see it for a mere 5 shillings? That's a special one-time only price, you understand. What? The opportunity will come again, I might add. Wouldn't you like to see the fruits of my labor? Oh, well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone. The price is a very reasonable 5 shillings. I think you'll find it's well worth it. Oh. Are you being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes? Surely you need only look at my expression to ascertain this is a seriousness or silliness. I can never tell with you. That's the point. Very well, it couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings. Gratefully received. So, the special exhibit awaits behind the curtain. I invite you to peruse it at your leisure. Well, the money's been spent, so let's go and see the special exhibit. Through those heavy curtains at last. $5 shillings we'd have to pay. Doesn't seem right somehow that Mr. Sholmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it? No. Ah! We could ask Gina to retrieve it for us, using her special skills. Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. Is this what makes Britain great? Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands, or chip-loving inspectors. Inspector Gregson comes off rather well in that list, I think. Oh dear, I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as I walked in here. Miss Susato, I say we turn on our heels and go straight home. We have really big confectionery. We certainly can't do that. We paid 5 shillings already. True. Actually, now I'm looking a little more closely. We've paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. The nerve of the great diddling detective is far more terrifying than anything else in this place. This must be what Mr. Sholmes meant when he said the case was largely solved. Be that as it may, Mr. Sholmes heavily implied there'd be a clue about the engineer in here, didn't he? But where? Since we paid 5 shillings, let's do some 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we? Yes, we will get what we paid for. Is that fear or frustration? It's making Susato-san's voice tremble. This must be the killer, the fiend known as the Professor. Yes, I think so. According to what Madame Tespel said, he killed 5 victims, all of noble or royal blood. The waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in this place. I know, it looks like it'll start moving at any moment, doesn't it? If only it had a head, that is. Perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. So this is the condemned man. Yes, so-called professor. Then perhaps his head was chopped off by a guillotine. But unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a headless ghost. Do you have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Mr. Sato? Anyway, I'm sure the model had a head once. There's a metal fitting for it, see? Then perhaps Mr. Sholmes absent-mindedly forgot to reattach it. That's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it? Or perhaps the thief absent-mindedly forgot to return the head when he or she returned it to the museum. And that would be extremely absent-minded thief. Could there have been some reason why only the head wasn't returned? Well, whatever the reason, it means we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? Oh. There's something caught just inside the convict's jacket here. It looks like a piece of broken glass, and quite a big piece too. It's very thick, isn't it? About 5 times thicker than normal window glazing, I'd say. Where could have such a thick piece of glass come from, I wonder? I suppose it must have been made thick to increase its strength. But why? Well, perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area, such as in a big building, for example. We've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? And some of the glass was broken too. You don't mean... Exactly, the Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibition. But why would glass from the Crystal Tower be lodged in this waxwork's jacket? It makes you think, doesn't it? Earlier in court we established that the kinesis experiment was a trick. And now we discover this fragment of glass here in this waxwork. Is it just a coincidence? This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real. It seems to be a young man in a white overcoat. And he has a large shovel in his hand too. Look. Perhaps we should investigate in a little more detail. Oh, come on, you're not going to let us look? Come on, come on. I can't see his face very well, can you? Perhaps if I just... Oh, do you think we should be manhandling the exhibits, Mr. Naruhodo? Put it back exactly as it was, don't worry. Ah! What on earth? How can... I don't believe it. A black monocle? Mr. Naruhodo is... Is it possible this man is... Yes. It's Enoch Drebber. The color of his hair is different, but... It's unmistakably him. Indeed it is! Mr. Sholmes. This man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe? Yes, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? And why does the convict behind him have no head? The head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it. What a surprise. So then the case isn't yet solved, is it? Did I not say so myself? Largely solved were my words, I believe. But I must locate the missing head tout de suite, as Madame would say, or I'd be in grave trouble. A very hungry Irish still waits my return to Baker Street, preferably with rations. Ah. Do you know, though, something about this room is strange? Strange? What do you mean? Well, the displays in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not? Indeed they are, Miss Susato. Do go on. And, as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this one... this surely couldn't ever really have happened, could it? And I think it's time I educated you a little about the nature of the incidents involving the professor 10 years ago. I believe I told you a little bit about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, every one being either a member of the aristocracy or royalty. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies. Oh gosh, an enormous hound. How awful. After taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you see. Accordingly, the professor was tried in a closed court. No members of the public were permitted. Closed court? So you mean the professor's identity... As you surmise, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Naturally, he was found guilty and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in a grave at Lowgate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. Lowgate Cemetery is a reference to a real cemetery in London called Highgate Cemetery. However, that was not the end of the affair. Oh. The very night that he was buried, the convicted man came back to life. Came back to life? He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit graveyard. The exhibit here depicts that very scene as described by the sole witness to those chilling events. There was a witness, but of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than a young man in the white overcoat. Enoch Drebber. He saw it happen. So this is a waxwork model of Enoch Drebber. 10 years ago, the convicted professor, having been gibbeted and buried, emerged from his grave in the dead of night. The sole witness to that unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old. It's so horrifying. Scared out of his wits, the young Drebber ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. And the sheer terror of what he'd seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight. Yes, as shown in the photograph we have of him, his hair is completely white. For the following few days, the story of what he'd seen was on every front page in the capital. The public was frantic for every last detail about the killer who'd come back to life. As you'd seen, an exhibit was even created here at Madame Tusspel's. I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly. But what I don't understand is what Mr. Drebber was doing in the first place. In a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night. Yes, what was he up to? The professor's acts of terror threw London's upper classes into complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest levels of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded. After all, no killer had ever before been systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder. Yes, I can imagine the impact the case must have had. But in time, of course, the rumors abated. So, too, did the talk of the shocking witness account of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlor tale. But why did people stop believing it? Why? Simply because there was no resurrection to speak of. As was established, in fact. What do you mean by no resurrection? The police investigated the grave in Lowgate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the execution. No, but that would mean Mr. Drebber must have lied to the police and the newspapers. And that would appear to be the only logical explanation, yes. The young man subsequently vanished from society, and nothing has heard of him since. It's rather striking, then, that he should resurface now, don't you think? Of course, the convicted murderer couldn't really have come back to life. It's not possible. Drubber's hair is unusually white, and that really did happen overnight as a result of shock. It's hard to believe the incident was an out-and-out lie. This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real. It seems to be a young man in a white overcoat. And he has a large shovel in his hand too. Look. Perhaps we should investigate in a little more detail. What's this here? Well, this would appear to be a lens in the middle, so I believe it's probably a camera. But it's so small. British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Shom's skin prints? I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Shom's inventions as exceptions to the rule. But anyway, why would the man be in a graveyard at night with a camera? I wonder. Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment a dead body came back as a ghost on film. We'll just borrow this for a while, I think. By looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we see what picture was taken. What's a photographic plate? It's a piece of glass coated in a special emulsion. It reacts to light coming through the lens. If we open the cover at the back of the camera, we should find it. Let's have a look. You should see yourself, Susato-san. Your eyes are shining. You really do like machinery, don't you? Huh. Even though it's just a waxwork with a prop, maybe it still has the same print. That's quite a large lamp the man's carrying. Or is it a lantern? It's not unlike a Japanese chochin paper lantern, is it? Lamp, lantern, chochin. Point is, it casts a very little light. To be walking alone in the graveyard at night with only this, well, I certainly couldn't do it. I'm not sure I could visit a graveyard at all, even in broad daylight, to be honest. Give me there. What a large shovel. He's holding it rather ominously, isn't he? What on earth was the man doing with a shovel in the graveyard in the middle of the night? Mr. Sato, yes? That's a spade, isn't it? No, it's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. We've been through this, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a shovel. No. Although, we haven't considered trowels. We've allowed ourselves to be distracted, I feel. Perhaps we should concentrate on what the man was doing with the implement. So we're going to bury the hatchet. You're right, though. What was the man doing in the graveyard in the first place? That's the real question. So he avoided the stepladder conversation, but he got caught up in a spade versus a shovel. Ah! Well, what the bleeding Naruhodo? What have you gone and done? Gina, what are you doing here? I asked Iris, and she said this is where you'd be, so... Gina, not so loud in the museum. Madame Tuspels will have you take position as a waxwork if you're not careful. I think there might be more pressing concern. I still had some flash powder left from 6 months ago, so... Alright, Gina, we understand. Please, put down the gun. Sorry, I got scared. You should try being the one on the other end of the barrel. So, what brings you here, Gina? What brings me here? What'd you think? We found it. We found that dodgy cove's workshop. What? You found Drebber's workshop? Yep. Toby's nose took me straight there. The boss and the others are heading over there right now in the drag, so come on. Here's the address. I got the boss to write it out. Oh, thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once. Alright then, see you there. You go. Don't mind me. I'll just stay here, being still. What? I know my place. In the exhibit over there. Oh dear. Someone is feeling sorry for himself. let's go, Mr. Sholmes, you're coming. Your words hearten me, I must say, but if I were to shirk my duties here, Madam would have me pay monetary recompense, and Iris's dinner plate would be empty. Forget that, I'll pay for everything. Then there's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow. I shall hail a carriage at once. No offer to share the cost for Mr. Sholmes, then. I shall gladly pay half, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, thank you, Mr. Sato. Right, let's go. That looks like... Oh, it's another super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Indeed, it would appear so, though only a prototype naturally. Ah, so you got here then. Gina, well done for finding this place. In such little time, you've really worked miracles. It's Toby here who's the miracle worker. Ah, I thought you lot would show up before long. Hello, Inspector. That's one knitted brow. He looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips. So, Inspector, is there any sign of the engineer? Sadly not. We didn't find a soul in here. Oh, what a shame. Well, thank you for letting us know about this place, giving us the chance to investigate. According to what Gina tells me, we only found it thanks to a clue you lot turned up. I wouldn't want to say go to Paris with a debt of gratitude unpaid now, would I? Thank you. Anyway, if you're hoping to snoop around here, I get cracking. Lord Van Zeeks and the forensic investigation team are on their way as we speak. Them again. I imagine you got the picture by now? They don't take too kindly to lawyer types. Right. So then, my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down whilst we have the chance. And you, Sholmes. Pardon? They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do to lawyers. Ah, ha ha ha. Very droll, Gregson, very droll. But you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model. Right then, let's see what we can find in here. Ah, this appears to be most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say? It's an impressive looking back massager, that's for sure. I have no doubt that if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains would soon go away. It's a Royal Society Trophy for Excellence in Science. A young scientist could wish for no higher honor. Ah. Would you like a massage? No, I'm fine. Thank you. I had no idea it was such a grand thing. I think it's becoming increasingly clear that there's much more to this Mr. Enoch Drebber than conjuring tricks. I couldn't agree more, my dear madam. Now about you, Mr. Naruhodo, wouldn't you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course. He's not going to let that go, is he? I'm curious though, isn't it? Or it's curious though, isn't it? You expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times. This is... It's a European-style quiver of arrows with steel bolts inside. Oh, do you suppose? Crossbow bolts, these. And just the right size for the bow you lot turned up at the exhibition grounds. In other words... Yup. There's more evidence to support your theory. It all goes to show that Drebber was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes of the whole scam. I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, that machine is covered by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. There'd be serious repercussions if you were to examine it, from the Crown and the government. Well, those two don't seem to be holding back. It's quite hollow inside. No working parts or devices of deception to be seen, my dear fellow. No loose change drop on the floor, nothing. Not even a bone for Toby here, my dear fellow. British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they? I think that's just these two, Mr. Sato. I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, okay, thank you. Fine. This door doesn't want to open. Yeah, it looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock on it. There's a specialist locksmith on his way over from the yard, so hands off till he gets here. With permission, Inspector, I could have that lock open in less than a minute. Well, you don't have permission, and no one's giving it to you. Gregson looked as though he really enjoyed that. Well, there's no sound of anybody on the other side. No, Jebber must have fled at first sign of danger. Oh! Is something wrong, Mrs. Sato? Well, I thought I heard a noise from the far side of that door. Well, Gina? Do you hear it too? Yeah, I heard it and all. What you reckon, Toby? Right, mind the grease. Whoever's in there, open up. This is Scotland Yard. Oh my, someone is in there. Yeah, this rotten, bleeding lock. My dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago, if only you were countenanced, I could unlock that door in less than a minute. Ah! Fine. I'll take the rap for it. Just get us through that blasted door. There! You may enter at will. You've confused minutes with seconds, I think. Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for? Nothing for it, I suppose. This is an emergency. There's a strong possibility that beyond that door is the engineer you seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow. Yes. Hey, welcome to the stream. Thanks for coming. What? What's happening here? Why is everything upside down? Rats, there ain't no one here either. But there must be. It was only moments ago that we heard those noises. Maybe that was the sound of Jebber running away. But there's only one door into this room. And no windows that could afford an escape route. Those skylights are too high. Huh? What's that up there? Are they footprints on the ceiling? Blow me, what have we got here then? Looks like someone was trying to burn something in a hurry. Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints. To what? To that Professor Hairbrain's barmy machine, is it? Blimey, if we had these, there'd be no need to muck about trying to investigate all that scrap metal. There is something of great interest here too. This rope was lying on the floor at the foot of that pillar. A rope? What's significant about that? Never mind. You see, but you do not observe, Mr. Naruhodo. We must investigate the entire room thoroughly, and before the forensic investigation team arrives too. Mr. Sholmes, we found something. Yeah, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, in point of fact, something rather fascinating. What do you make of this? Let's see. I've never seen anything like it before. Looks like a bundle of thick cigars wrapped up in a large watch to me. Ah! Mrs. Sato, what's the matter? That's a... Surely, that's a time bomb, isn't it? What? Did you say? A time bomb? Sorry, but... What is a time bomb, exactly? No, hahaha! You truly are one of a kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I won't take that as a compliment. Ha! You don't know nothing, do you, Otto? You haven't got a clue what it is either, have you, Gina? I invite you to consult a dictionary later, Mr. Naruhodo. But this particular specimen is no time bomb, though I confess it has a very similar appearance. Oh, well, thank goodness. But then, what is it? I see, so that's it. Goodness, Mr. Sholmes, have you seen to the heart of the matter? There are times when I consider my lot most unfair, for I'm fated never to know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. But I have learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Miss Susato. Here we go. I feel a great deduction coming. Once again, I can draw two conclusions from the scene we see before us. The first is the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is a work of Drebber himself. Oh, but how could you? And the second conclusion is the small device on the floor there is, without question, completely genuine. Please, Mr. Sholmes, you must explain everything. It will be a pleasure. After all, it is the great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade. Well, Inspector Gregson seems delighted with the idea anyway. Oh, you deflected the inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Mr. Sholmes. Well done. You're too kind, my dear madam. I hereby dedicate this great deduction to you. Kindly stand just there, Miss Susato. Oh, yes. I'd be delighted. So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table, and the chairs, the lamp. Everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in this room had, until recently, been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down onto the floor. Every item in the room was on the ceiling? Are you suggesting that? Indeed. The key here is gravity. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the Earth. For the gravity in this room was reversed, and then suddenly restored to normality. Goodness! The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. I quite understand your skepticism, Miss Susato. I too was incredulous at first. However, my conviction in my analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device almost identical to one featured in a dream of mine only the other day, in fact. But then why does it have a clock on it? A most relevant question indeed. That is a timing device which controls the gravity direction, or that controls when the gravity direction will switch. There was clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. And the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment that restoration occurred. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. So you see, we need no look further to explain the state of which we find this room. The direction in which gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Drebber, before being restored to normality in an automatic fashion sometime later by the timer device. I've witnessed precisely the scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed. Now, let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the great clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads. But, yes, how is it possible there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling? A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Of course, Drebber's aim was singular, to escape. However, there is but one way into this room, excepting the skylight, that is. Ah! By inverting the gravity in here, Drebber was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling, and make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints along the way. But the ceiling in here is very high, Mr. Sholmes. If the gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't Mr. Drebber have fallen up to the ceiling rather violently? Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. The man was cornered with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope! To reach the intended destination, what better tool than a rope? By anchoring one end to the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling, which explains how Drebber was able to escape this room before our arrival. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Well, what do you think about his deduction this time, guys? Pretty brilliant, isn't it? She's too busy playing with Toby. She's completely spellbound. Mr. Sholmes, there's just one thing that troubles me. I'd expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life. The thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean. I would say that with man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century, it is no more possible than instantaneous kinesis. But your whole deduction hinges on it. Ah, but my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. However improbable it may seem. Ha. It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of my more endearing pearls of wisdom. I had Iris come up with the exact phrasing. My original was clumsy. And yes, I have a feeling I've read it in something that Mrs. Otto lent me once.
Objection!
Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, the spell's broken at last. The rope you found on the floor, wasn't it? Indeed it was, in lonely coils near the wall. But if Mr. Drebber had used it to escape in the way you described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall? Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end, as I think you'll find new ropes. As evidence of such, you need only look at the mystery we face in this room, now skillfully unraveled. That argument is as circular as the coils of rope. I think perhaps we might need to give Mr. Sholmes the usual little helping hand. I'm sure with some minor corrections, the great detective's great deduction will lead us to the truth. Yes, you're right. We must do it quickly before Enoch Drebber gets too far away. If you're ready then, let us resume. Herlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table, the chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had until recently been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down onto the floor. Every item in the room was on the ceiling? Are you suggesting that... Indeed, the key here is gravity. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the Earth. Well, the gravity in this room was reversed, and then suddenly restored to normal. Goodness! The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. To think gravity could have been reversed in this very room, I find the whole idea utterly enthralling. Only Mr. Sholmes could conceive of such an explanation. The man himself admitted it was a scientific impossibility, so... Yes, you're quite right. We must completely discount the idea at once. Oh, that's unusually merciless of you, Miss Susato. When you've eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he? While refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices. Yes, I suppose so. Well, let's see if examining this topsy-turvy scene a little more closely reveals some proof that shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. You're not gonna let me... Okay, fine. Ah, look, Mrs. Sato. When everything seems to be upside down in here, this safe is conspicuously the right way up. Have you noticed? Yes, that's true. Look more closely at the safe's feet. Ah, that's a lot of very large bolts fixing it to the floor. Think before you speak. That's what you want to say, isn't it? I really put my foot in my mouth there. I certainly didn't say that. Yeah, I think we'll need the safe for later. Well, here it is. That's what I need. Oh well, I wasn't expecting to find a pretty bunch of flowers in here, that's for sure. Ah, look at that. I know, that slender little vase looks like it's about to topple at any moment, but the flowers are thriving. Somehow it makes you think of the fragility of life, wouldn't you say? To be honest, Mr. Naruhodo, something else about it made a rather deeper impression on me.
Take that!
The upright vase clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, you've surpassed yourself by completely turning my argument on its head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps. No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes. Trust me. As you rightly said, though it appears at first glance that all the furniture in the room is upside down, this unassuming, slender vase is standing keenly to attention. And unlike the large safe, there is nothing affixing it to the floor. And it's the exception that breaks the rule. In short, much as it pains me, the gravity in this room was never inverted at all. My deepest sympathies for your loss. Oh, poor Mr. Sholmes. The show must go on, so let us continue with our deductions. Now that we know this contrivance is not in fact an anti-gravity device, there remains but one other possibility. You don't say. Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here. Which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that? Quite, and naturally there is an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. He's absolutely determined this device must have something to do with it, isn't he? I'm afraid the lure of an exciting scientific explanation is too strong. Well, there's no doubt somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture over. So whoever it was, must have had a reason. I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though. Well, let's look around and see if the answer presents itself. Look, there's something written on the underside of this armchair. Oh yes, safe. 432582. Safe, as in safe and secure. As in secure lockable box, I think. Admittedly, more likely. Well, there's a large safe bolted to the floor on the other side of the room, so yes. So you mean this number would let us open it. I wonder why it's written here, though.
Take that!
Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination. Precisely! I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that you have a very similar experience once, did you not? Yes, last year, when I bought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket number down on the inside cover of a book, just in case. That's it! For people are forgetful souls at heart and always makes a written note of important information. Just keeping the ticket itself safe would be more sensible, I think. And what, pray, happened next, Mr. Naruhodo? When the day of the draw came round, I'd forgotten which book I'd written the number in and had to turn my room upside down to find it. That's it! For people are forgetful souls at heart and always forget where they've noted things down. Not if you always note things in the same place. I actually won the second prize, you know. But I couldn't remember which magazine I'd slipped the ticket into, so I had to turn my room upside down. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe I've proved my point now. Which is that a very similar scenario had clearly unfolded in this room. Finding himself requiring access to the safe, the occupant of this room needed the combination code. He remembered that he'd written it down on the underside of a piece of furniture, but forgot which one, leading to the state in which we now find the room. Yes, Mr. Drebber overturned all the furniture in here, in a desperate hurry, to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe. Now, let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads. Yes, how is it possible there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling? A question whose answer would lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Well, if a change in the direction of gravity can't explain it, then how did those footprints get there? Yes, I feel as though this particular mystery has just become even harder to solve. I can't think of any other way to explain it at all. Oh, life was so much simpler in those halcyon days when gravity could be reversed. It was minutes ago, and those halcyon days never existed in the first place. Well, I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Sholmes and observe the area in more detail. Putting our faith in Mr. Sholmes is what gets us into these situations in the first place. This is a gas balloon, isn't it? It's tiny, but it does seem to be a real balloon. Yes, I think you're right. I think it's helium that's keeping it up. A green gas balloon. Why does this seem to ring a bell with me? If you could see, there are footprints on this balloon too. Look! Oh yes, surely that's a clue, isn't it? Though what it tells us, I'm not sure. Okay, come on. It's hard to believe, but there's a shoe up there, look! Oh yes, and there are more footprints on this little balloon too. Perhaps the shoe was thrown up there and became lodged, do you think? If so, then judging from the number of footprints, it must have been thrown up several times. Why would anyone be throwing shoes up at the ceiling, though? Oh dear, that's beyond me, I'm afraid.
Take that!
The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe. And on closer inspection, there are clearly footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never the skylight at all, but the balloon. But for what purpose? A green balloon? That seems somewhat familiar data. Ah! There's a piece of green balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruhodo and Iris found at the scene. And inside the green balloon, that Mr. Gotts claims he saw above the stage when the incident occurred, was a second bird cage, the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception. You mean to say... If we assume the balloon in here is a model of the one used on the day, there's a strong possibility that something may be concealed inside it. Something our absconder was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway. But if the balloon's out of reach, hence why he resorted to a projectile, namely the shoe. Ah! Most probably, Drebber intended to tear a hole in the envelope by assailing it with a shoe. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became a prisoner of those lofty heights. Oh dear, we desperately need to examine that balloon. If only there was some way we could see inside. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? Mr. Sholmes has managed to bring the deduction back to this rope. Alright, I have to admit, that was clever. So we just throw the rope back up to the balloon and then pull it down on us to the ground. Which is much easier said than done, I feel. It could take us a very long time as well. True, perhaps we need a more surefire method. In fact, we already have one, of course, don't we?
Take that!
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this crossbow? That was found at the scene, in fact. In all likelihood, belongs to Mr. Drebber. If the man had only brought it away with him that day, he could have avoided losing a shoe at such a critical time as this. So, shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is it that Enoch Drebber has hidden inside that balloon? Ah! What the? Waxwork. Indeed it is! A waxwork head is inside a metal mask. A mask that is shut tight and fastened, with a strong and quite impenetrable lock. So we can't see the face inside, that means. Just a moment. This is the head of a waxwork model. Does that mean... Oh goodness! I see you've joined the dots, Miss Susato. Excellent. Ah, of course. A headless waxwork model. The case of the abducted Madame Tuspel's model that you'd largely solved. It was only the head of the killer that was still missing. Indeed it was. But I believe Madame Tuspel's will now have to settle her sizable account with me. This, as you have now surmised, is the head of the infamous professor. Yes. But why is it here? This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the professor from Madame Tuspel's, returning it, sans tête, earlier today, was none other than Enoch Drebber. This is incredible. Professor Hairbrain's case and the waxwork abduction they're inextricably linked by Enoch Drebber's workshop. Well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. All that remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure. The architect? You mean Mr. Drebber? As it seems quite impossible that he escaped via one of the skylights, obviously the man must still be here in the room. What? And his location should be abundantly clear if you simply reflect on the journey we've made together during this deduction. Enoch Drebber's right here, somewhere in this room. So, Mr. Naruhodo, will you do the honors? Yes, of course. Mr. Drebber's hiding place must be the... Look at the mess in front of the safe. Yes, plans and accounting ledgers. Almost as if someone was in a hurry to empty the contents of the safe, in fact.
Take that!
Before we gained access to the back room, we heard noises from in here. Which tells us the engineer was still in the building at the point in time. He was in fact searching for the combination to a safe. Pressed for time, made no attempt to right the furniture that it overturned in the process. From which we can deduce his search for the combination happened very recently indeed. Like he knocked over like chairs and tables, I can understand. That's like an entire bed frame over there. How did he do that? In summary, Mr. Enoch Drebber is at this very moment inside the safe. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide and seek, don't you? By opening a safe, you mean? What else? I love the scene that comes after this. Let's see. The combination was 1 4 3 2 5 8 2. I knew that. Alright then, here goes. You found me. What an introduction. Right then, sir, Mr. Enoch Drebber, I presume? Correct. You better start talking. You tricked Professor Harebrain with that bogus machine you built. And you shall have to explain the theft of the waxwork from Madame Tussbells as well. Whilst I would be delighted to answer your many questions, personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first. Deactivate? Your parcel? I refer, of course, to the time bomb. I left it in a most prominent position. Ah! Ha ha ha! I see. Stunned silence. You're all gearing up to die with me, then? No! Mr. Sholmes, with only 7 seconds to spare. That was too close for comfort. I got 1 foot in the grave already. Are you trying to get us a killer or get us killed? Mr. Sholmes' seductions can be completely life-altering, can't they? Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. The resemblance to the anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I must say. Anti-gravity devices don't exist. Ooh, I wouldn't push it, Mr. Sholmes. Enoch Drebber has a cool musical theme as well. There's a lot of characters in this. We met Albert Harebrain, Madame Tussbells, Dr. Courtney Scythe, and now Enoch Drebber. New characters in this case that were introduced and have their own musical themes, which I think is pretty dope. What on earth happened in here? You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Everything in here is precisely what it seems. Yeah, well, we'll be giving a thorough going over, don't you worry, Drebber. What fails to click with me is how you're able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt. Whistling? Ah, that would have been me. Oh. For some reason, I woke in fine fettle today. No words, just tightly squeezed chips. Clearly I must have a screw loose though, as I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I'd written it down on. We also found a rope by the wall. Yes, I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. So, I then set about searching for the combination code to open the safe. And burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters. And after that, you hid yourself inside the safe, having first set this parcel ticking. Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police. You got a death wish, have you? Hiding right beside a ticking time bomb. Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It's no ordinary safe, it's specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it. So in fact, the safe was the only safe place. Precisely. But once you climb inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again. I invite you to look more closely. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside too, to allow the door to be unlocked from within. Ah, so it is. I had always intended to blow this place to smithereens in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans. Do you mean to say you're planning to blow us all up? No, that was unforeseen. What do you mean? Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. Ah. I calculated the time required for it to retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. But you seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner in the works. Is something wrong, Gregson? Do I have something on my face, besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth? I think we have a fairly good idea of what's been going on here now. What about the 2 incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor Harebrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition, and the waxwork model you stole, which this head belongs to. That's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the professor. Clad in a mask with a lock so strong, I'm unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. I've been considering carrying it around as protection. After all, that's enough! What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here. Yes, well... Dr. Scythe again. So the forensic investigation team are here. And you know full well this engineer is a key witness. What are you allowing this lawyer access to him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished. You lot, leave at once. My dear madam, there's no need for such a threatening tone, I assure you. After all, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Scythe? Hello, Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes knows Dr. Scythe. If that's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face, you are quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell, you... Get out! But of course, we'll show ourselves the door. I see you haven't softened up at all. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. It would appear that our delightfully entertaining investigations have run their course for today. Mr. Sholmes. Let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands. I said get out. Now, all of you. Your presence here is not required either, Gregson. Understood. And I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we never have found this place, and the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb set in here, but this lot disarmed. Inspector. Something giving you chuckle, has it, Drubber? So sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes, you did disarm that one. What are you? That one? You mean... It was an hour later that we heard the news of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage of the Great Exhibition. Professor Harebrain's invention and all its secrets were blown away forever. Ooh. That was an exciting conclusion to our investigation. That was a long investigation too, like almost 3 hours. So now we are on the last section of the trial. But before we do that, let's take a little bit of a break. Hope you guys are enjoying the series. Hope you are interested in what's going on here. I think it's a really interesting story so far. And again, this is my 100th YouTube video too. Isn't that exciting? I can't believe I've been doing this for 7 months and hit 100 videos. Alright, let's take a 5-minute break and we'll be right back and we'll do the trial portion of this episode. See you in 5 minutes. Thanks! Hey, and we're back. Ready to move on to the trial section of this. And things are about to get very interesting. I mean, they're already getting very interesting. We have a lot of mysteries left to solve. Good morning to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? I hope so. I should be. Even I, with nothing left to... Good morning, my dear fellows. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're here. Why, naturally, a true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'll see you later then. We just ignore him. Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today. Yes. Do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again. Yes, I will. I realize it was a mistake, but My dear fellows, I must interject. Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter? Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not? To be cast in my direction, Sorry, I don't follow. Must I spell it out? I, the great Herlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation, arose at some ungodly hour to be here now, first thing in the morning. A miracle, you must agree. Well, if I must agree, then... As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was bestirred. Oh my, Iris has been busy. Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice. Ah, I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea. Now I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory. Sorry to cut in. Was that you, Gregson? Yeah. Oh, Inspector Gregson, good morning. Gregson, my dear fellow, why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh? Dear me, are you gonna take that insult lying down, Professor? What? What? I don't know. Poor Professor. Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for. What paperwork? Ah, I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful. You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report. That mass murders. Who killed 5 members of the aristocracy. He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. It was all done under wraps. And he was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. Yes, much obliged, Gregson. Us lowly lots of the yard are just doing what we can. In the shadow of a great detective Sholmes, of course. Well then, Professor Harebrained. This is it. Today we're gonna lay all this to rest at last. I wish you the best of luck, Professor. I suppose he'll be in there today, won't he? Drebber. Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness. I'm still amazed you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much. Counsel and the defendant. Trial is about to resume. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. This is it then, the final chapter. Funny, my heart's racing a little. I've not felt this before, actually, this strange foreboding. As if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. But I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the public hearing of Albert Harebrain, here present, who stands accused of murder. Are the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed? The prosecution is ready, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Van Zeeks has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss. If I may, Lord Van Zeeks. Yes, my lord. There appears to be someone standing at your side. Ah yes, my apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably. I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial. And the smooth running of liquid refreshments, by the look of it. The way he holds himself, the way he moves, it couldn't be anyone else. But he's still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing we can do at the moment. I know, but... oh, this is so very hard. It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands that the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question. Yes, my lord, I intend to call him as a witness shortly. Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today, are you ready and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty. I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wearing. To take a man's life with a conjuring trick, it is against the magician's code, not to mention the law. Any fake scientist should feel the wrath of God, if you ask me. We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence, and settle on one. That's it, isn't it? It wasn't like this in my day. It wasn't like this at all. If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Van Zeeks. Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. Yesterday, at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case, the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion affected by an unknown person or persons. It was what? An explosion? This is an outrage! Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithers, and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames. I have here a photographic print of the scene, taken in the wake of the explosion. It shows what little remains of the machine. Yes, a terrible business. He did it to destroy the evidence, did he? That Enoch Jabber. The court will take this print as evidence, counsel. Late yesterday afternoon, the protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. Indeed. A most unfortunate state of affairs. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was a result of the actions of the accused. And of that we can be certain. Or was the accused himself who was operating the machine, and who ultimately caused its loss of control?
Objection!
As Lord Van Zieks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Osmond died as a result of an accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Names, counsel, if you please. The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, and the victim himself, Mr. Odie Osmond. So what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Thank you, counsels. The positions of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Van Zieks, summon your first witness, please. At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to the stand. State your name and occupation for the court. Name, Enoch Drebber. Occupation. Hard to pin down, I would say. See that black monocle? Yes, why do I feel as though I've seen it somewhere before? Oh, you too? I had exactly the same feeling myself. Arr. Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? A most extraordinary sounding business. But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Cleave it from your mind. You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago. The accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration. Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? It was you, Mr. Drebber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. Or so our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it, in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all. Then the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. What? Good gracious! Do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir? Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up.
Objection!
But we've already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection!
You've established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of stage trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more. But... We've procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibition. Understood. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Osmond's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints, and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. A body double? That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something had moved when in reality it hasn't. It's a basic conjuring principle. A deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point during the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Osmond has no twin siblings. It is my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. But such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine. Whatever do you mean? Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Trevor. Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches any academic in the field. An investigation of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent in science there. Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves. If a hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling talentless scientists in the past. Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was an unfortunate accident, or of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science? Counsel for the defense. Your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
So you were already acquainted with Mr. Osmond himself? Not really. By chance, I'd seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. But I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous investor, it was of no concern of mine. As long as people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for. So why did Mr. Osmond approach you in particular, then? Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering. Not to mention excellence in fraud. Hard to gauge. But the point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given. In other words, the kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles. Yes, you might say that. Professor Harebrain certainly has a mind like no other. He provided me with the blueprints and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick.
Hold it!
It's clear that you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic, however. The more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think. It's a possibility that we have to explore. Unfortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. So there's really nothing left to explore, is there? It appears that the kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind. And there's nothing left of that device either, not a single shred of evidence remaining, I hear. You must have planned all this from the outset. But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment couldn't have been a trick.
Hold it!
Of course, that's it. Mr. Osmond was a twin.
Objection!
Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Osmond has no twin siblings. No, I heard you before, but the thread of hope hadn't quite left me. The demonstration could have been a trick, if there was somebody who looked sufficiently like the victim. Dr. Scythe absolutely ruled that out as a possibility. It is beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Osmond, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to the fact. So it can't have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Mr. Osmond then. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, no, nothing. Just that the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on my mind. All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower.
Hold it!
Crash headfirst, you say? According to the many witness reports from those there at the time, yes. Were you not there at the exhibition grounds on the day? Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop. Yet another of your unique inventions was found at the scene. Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I'd labor over for months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes, the birdcage plummeting headfirst into the tower. What a surprise. I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it? How would you have come by that information? Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know? According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body. Yes, he'd been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver, believed to belong to the defendant, and he had broken vertebrae as a result of a fall from a considerable height. Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems. Do you know which injury was the fatal one? Sadly not. Forensic science is not yet at a level where such things can be determined. What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. And since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken, it's obvious he fell from a considerable height. I suppose that's hard to deny.
Hold it!
So you understood the science, did you? Not in the slightest. Oh, right. As I've said a number of times, I am an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I am given. I would be inviting manifold problems if I foolishly allowed my brain to digest the ideas behind them. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example. How is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on? Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you? Very good point. Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. And the point is this. The experiment resulted in instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound. Yes, and really, experimental results are all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis. He's certainly very sure of himself. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or the other. But if we're unable to establish it was a piece of stage trickery, rather than genuine science, we have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Harebrain's innocence. Both Mr. Osborne and the man in the stand tricked the professor and used him. They took advantage of his naivety and his unbending belief in his work, and I won't let them get away with it. And seeing as the professor is an old friend of Lord Van Zeek's, what on earth must he be feeling towards Drebber? Okay, let's look at our new evidence while we're at it. So we have this explosion. And the autopsy report from the professor. Condemned prisoner redacted for confidentiality. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June. Courtney Stevens. Wait, that's it? That's not very... Gregson, you spent all night getting us this? This? Really? This lock does look very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way you could remove the mask yourself if it was put on you. What a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal. I know, it's starting to make me livid, actually. Mr. Naruhodo, please. I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden. You'd be utterly hopeless. Well, yes, that's true. But I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger. Oh, right. Sorry. Okay, I guess that's all. There's a little metal plaque here, look. Fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery. It seems rather ironic, doesn't it? But clearly Mr. Drebber really was a very talented scientist. Right, we never looked at the photo in here. What a wonderful machine! You really love contraptions like this, don't you? Oh yes, anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible. Almost irresistible, surely. Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart. That's worrying. Yes, Father tells the time by the rumblings of his stomach now. He's given up having a watch. Poor Professor Mikotoba. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it? On the bellows, just here. There seems to be a very dark red stains. Yes, you're right. It looks like blood, actually. Oh my. I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. Haha, haha. Oh look, the cover came open. Yes, now, there should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see? Something wrong? There is no plate. It's been removed. Ah, what a pity. But I suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time, just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. So we never found a photographic print of the executed convict coming back to life anyway. Oh, yes. You're quite right, of course. Poor Susato-san, she looks devastated. This piece of glass is almost as thick as it was wide. Yes, I've never seen anything like it. If you were to compare it to a human, only Mr. Sholmes has such thick skin. There's really no need for such a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know. Anyway, it could only be from the Crystal Tower, surely. Yes, I think so too. It was probably made especially to meet the demands of the great structure. Ah, look here, Miss Susato. Oh yes, the wood's cracked and broken a little. I suppose because it fell from such a height. Yes, from the height at which the balloon was flying, down into the Crystal Tower below. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. Leaving the man inside tragically dead.
Objection!
We've examined the birdcage that crashed into the Crystal Tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the Crystal Tower. Okay, but here's my question, and this is what we always have in Ace Attorney games. I have this evidence, but we didn't physically take the cage with us. So it must be a photo, right? But we're presenting it. We didn't take a photo of it. But we clearly have it. You know, just a little gameplay versus reality sort of discrepancy there, but it's not new to Ace Attorney, of course. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of the damage. Huh? All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying? That's the opposite of where they should be. That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So I have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the Crystal Tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two bird cages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Gah! Why did they only highlight half of that word in yellow? Good gracious! Explain yourself, witness.
Well,
If we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the bird cage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower.
Objection!
But multiple witness reports claim it fell head first. And the bird cage materialized in the sky next to a balloon, flying over the stage, following a spontaneous explosion, an altitude of such 60 feet above ground level, which is approximately 18 meters. And then it proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower in the ensuing deflagration. Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable.
Objection!
But the victim's neck was broken.
Objection!
He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed. A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Though to be more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebra, actually. Huh? He wasn't quiet for long. I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Van Zieks. This witness is clearly a swindler and one who deceived a personal friend of his. If you're going to establish this deception, do it right. Sorry, I feel like that's the undertone here. Ah yes, and there's one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates. What? It seems to me the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Trevor, you'll amend your testimony with details of this truth. Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically after all. Ah, I nearly had him there. Wow, he's doing the robot really well. The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from.
Hold it!
What do you mean? Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on stage in front of the audience. Yes, there are lots of witnesses who saw Mr. Osmond on the experimentation stage, that's true. And the victim's neck broke as a result of an impact following a fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere. The balloon that exploded was at an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact on the tower was 30 feet up. That difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance the birdcage fell. And there's no other location from which the cage could have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. Ergo, the victim himself must have been beamed from the stage into the sky above this crystal's tower. A trenchant scientific analysis. Dear me, every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly plausible. Oh yes, it's all very well thought out. Clearly all the spectators on the day saw it. The birdcage plummeting 30 feet through the air, I mean. Irritatingly, yes. Okay, I know the argument on this one. I'm not sure. There's two pieces of evidence I can think of, and maybe if we're lucky the game will accept both. Okay, so here's my argument. If it fell from 30 feet, so let's say the height of around the balloon. Oh, here, I can use this. So from around here, it fell to here. So that's about 30 feet. That's approximately the same height here from here. But the problem is, do I present this, or do I present this? And sometimes the game will accept both. I don't really want to lose a point here, but I'm gonna provide this because it's a newer piece of evidence.
Objection!
Oh, okay, that was wrong. The last statement would seem to be at odds somehow with the evidence. It is your task, counsel, to explain this somehow to the court, not the other way around. Just seems to jar, though, don't you think? What I think is that this whole exchange has been extremely jarring, yes. Perhaps I need to reconsider this. Okay. So maybe I need the map then, because the map actually shows the distance.
Objection!
This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in midair before falling down at the crystal tower. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. No. Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel. Yes, my lord. Of course. You will indicate the place to which you are referring on the same diagram. The alternative location from which the birdcage could have possibly fallen from the requisite 30 feet.
Take that!
The place I'm referring to is here. But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with. Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage. What we must also consider is the height of the stage itself. Go on, counsel. It turns out the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see it's about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. At the moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we assume there to be a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact there was not one birdcage, but two.
Objection!
My learned friend has no evidence that the stage has such a contrivance in its design. Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the kinesis machine itself, it's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion. See, this is why I wanted to present the photograph first. I thought it would have made more sense. Good lord! The metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone. Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated, immediately. Mr. Drebber. Yeah. It was you who built the kinesis machine, which means it was you who built the two bird cages that we used to carry out the deception. Yeah. Whether Professor Harebrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference. Because it's the construction of the machine that matters, a machine designed to take Mr. Osmond's life. And laid the blame firmly at the professor's door, something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Objection!
If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions, the prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly but surely. What? Your argument fails to hold water on 2 counts. 2. Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of staff from the exhibition has attested to that. And I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment. In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages.
Objection!
But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to. And the nonsense with the crossbow, that doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point. Ah! And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so. A motive. I have to think of everything myself. I have here a contract provided by the witness. What contract is this, Lord Van Zieks? The contract into which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Osman. It reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. 30%? Certainly very favorable contractual conditions. But there was one very important provision bolted onto that clause. What provision? Mr. Drebber may only uphold his right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would be null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Osmond's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. Ugh. Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil. Ugh. Ah! Seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Van Zieks, you will submit the contract as evidence, please? It's true. If Drebber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage under the stage with the one in the Crystal Tower, he couldn't have done it. In any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. There is one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were 2 bird cages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. Ah, so I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo. And I have no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths too. Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer. Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. The prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
Objection!
At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only 1 birdcage, and now we know there must have been 2. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear. The same applies to the culprit. Get to the point. The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. So if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved. Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. Mr. Drebber had an accomplice.
Objection!
An accomplice now? Well then, I presume you're prepared for what's to come. Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. If these accusations turn out to be false, Then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter? What do I do here? At the moment, this is little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Drebber had an accomplice, or even if he really is the culprit here. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear as a lawyer. So what's my stance going to be? Did Drebber have an accomplice? Not. The defense is ready to name Mr. Drebber's accomplice. Somehow, the two bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet according to the coroner's report, it's not a possibility. That inconsistency itself is a clue. Counsel. My lord. You have received a stark warning already. If you are nevertheless determined, then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. So, your answer, please. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Drebber's accomplice? So, the inconsistency here is the fact that there's two bird cages and yet it doesn't correspond to the coroner's report. The only possible person it could be... Oh, he's even here. Hello. Oh, I forgot about these two being here too.
Take that!
The name of the person in question is... What's wrong, my Nipponese friend? Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now, it's a little late for that. Of course I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. I'm sure it'll be alright, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Mrs. Sato. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy. Alright then, here goes. See, Susato always knows the right thing to say. And without, like, fumbling her words either. You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, counsel. The person who colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Scythe. What in the blazes are you talking about, Dr. Scythe? The head of the forensic investigation team, and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim. We know there were two bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident that happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It could only have been in that team's presence. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Scythe be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. You've got a nerve, lad. Standing up there, dragging the Yard's name through the mud. I didn't mean to... I know the woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal? My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. A grave problem? On my word. Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? What? Certainly. If the bird cage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another, that cage must also have contained a body. And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone, even remotely resembling the victim, have been reported. Which means there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of the body double for Mr. Osman. That's true. My argument is that there were two bird cages, so there must also have been person inside each. And I don't know if I've got an answer to this yet, have I? What can I do to reveal how this body double stunt was achieved? I know what it is, I'm just not sure, do I present something or do I name someone? So I think he must have used the waxwork model. But do I present this or do I name Madame Tussaud or Madame Tuspels? I'll present the evidence. Very well. The defense will address my learned friend's concerns by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Osmond's body double. Good gracious! Evidence? I do hope this isn't filibustering, counsel. The court is expecting a name. If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now. The body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witnesses would have seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of that explosion, some 18 meters above the spectators? Aha! The body double inside the second birdcage was...
Take that!
We know that the victim, Mr. Osmond, was in the birdcage that was situated above the kinesis machine on stage, and therefore he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contained something else. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the crystal tower. Yes, counsel, according to your somewhat elaborate version of events. And that body double inside the second birdcage was in fact... It's alright, Mr. Naruhodo. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself and come out with it. Thank you, Miss Susato. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was... as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there. Where did that come from? Why is it here in the courtroom all of a sudden? Who brought it here? I mean, I presented it, but I didn't think it was, like, there.
Objection!
I just imagine Naruhodo pulling it out like an item in Animal Crossing, like you drop the head, like you drop a leaf in Animal Crossing, and it just kind of poofs, and then suddenly the whole thing's there. That's how I imagine this happening. Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. Now tell me, what are you playing at? Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. This is the time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. Model, in fact, of an infamous London murder from 10 years ago. The Professor.
Objection!
You started by indicting the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. And now you've moved on to indicting waxworks. Yes, that's about the size of it. But why? Why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give? If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber. Yeah. What? Just days before Professor Harebrain performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Tuspels. Did you say abducted? And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum. Then the timing. Is this true, Mr. Drebber? At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork, and then given it back again. But now, the reason is clear. He took it so he could put it inside the second birdcage, as a body double for Mr. Osmond. Ugh.
Objection!
Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience. And that, to effect the deception, used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
Objection!
Wait! Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible. My lord! I need to speak, if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. Very good. In that case, see, the foreman always says, like, oh, we reached an agreement, but did you really have a chance to talk to every person on the jury? Feels like they just kind of say it and everyone goes along with it. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings for the court to hear now.
Guilty! Guilty! Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Kill me!
So, as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus. I knew that was going to happen. We shall get through this, Mr. Naruhodo, as we always do, and uncover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure. Yes, I agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors as usual and see if I can persuade them to change their minds. The defense will now embark on a summation examination. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided the defendant is guilty of the crime of which he is charged. Oh, we're starting from number 6 now. Okay. I've known that woman for years. She'd never been accomplished to anything. It's utter nonsense to think these two would ever be conniving with one another. Oh dear, this is most troubling. Surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it? I have my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them that much. I've seen no rigorous proof this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture. Accusing someone without right evidences is not a proper job, is it? I won't have it. Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion. Given that its face is obscured and its build in no way resembles that of the victim, I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it was Mr. Osmond's body double. Yes, the applause is deafening, and yes, I know it seems extraordinary, but that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone else yet realizes. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used, why it had to be this model. Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean? Yes, and I'm convinced it's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Yes, agreed. I have to find a way out of this. If you are ready, counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. The order of things seems to have changed around here for some reason. Now I'm a copper, lad. It's a copper's discretion to bend the rules sometimes when needs must. What's wrong with that? Where do I start? I've been working at the yard for 40-odd years. That's even more than I thought. We've only had a metropolitan police service in town for 70 years, you know. Of course, times have changed. The public didn't trust coppers back when I started. It was rough. We had to fight crime, we had to fight to win the public's trust as well, and when we did. Forensic science was in its infancy too, even more than it is now, and she spearheaded the revolution. Dr. Scythe, you mean? That's right. About 10 years ago now, it was. when I was still a youngish Bobby on the beat. That's when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. Now look at her, head of the forensic investigation team. A woman, no less. Well, you won't hear me complain. So we jumped back then, I tell you. You tell me without holding that gun in the air? We're all out to uphold justice, lad. Full of vim, we were, full of vim. That's coming across loud and clear. Wait a second, how old is Dr. Scythe? 39. Didn't he say he was part of the Force 40 years ago? And that she was just beginning to make headway when he was just a Bobby? I mean, he didn't give specific dates, but that seems a little off.
Hold it!
But we're only just starting to understand this case. What are you reading there, sir? The man behind those murders on Solar Pond Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you. That's really not relevant to this case, is it? You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Scythe in charge of examining the bodies. And there was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible. Oh. That's right. Oh, that woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old tosh. I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around.
Hold it!
Why would you assume that? Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he? True, as it stands, we don't know of any connection. Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have a mutual interest in the waxwork. Romantic? A woman of society such as myself views everything in terms of relationships, you know. Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to. One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there. This woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for. If that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Scythe would be enough. Yes, I agree. As soon as we put even a whiff of a connection, she'll be the first to know.
Hold it!
What sort of problems? Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street. Right, I see. Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences. So we perform our great magic in parks, on street corners and the like. Police use any excuse to make our lives difficult. Hey, please don't spin that gun around, sir. Please.
Excuse me!
Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Ottermole? He's still calling him Mr. Ottermole. What are you calling a mass murderer? Sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him. I don't look anything like the man. You want to be locked up, Sonny? Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps we could move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. And clearly you do. Back in my day, back in the good old days, it wasn't like this. What was it like, sir? We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then. Respected you, No one would have called a coroner into question in them days. The coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name to it. She was the best of the best and the apple of the Force's eye. Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens? Ah, sorry. Got a bit carried away there. Stevens is Dr. Scythe's maiden name. Her maiden name. So that was before she was married. Of course, yes. Silly me. It's Scythe now, isn't it? Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently. Anyway, the point is, those were the great days of policing. Not like now. Sorry to interrupt, sir. Do you think you could change your statement to include that name? Well, yes. I don't see why not. She was Courtney Stevens back when I knew her. Of course, a legendary coroner even then. Yes, we'll use that later because the person who did the autopsy on the professor was Courtney Stevens.
Hold it!
But you claim the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick. That I did, but there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there? Sorry? I grant you, given that this cage appeared from amidst the explosion, there'd been no need to use a real person. But if waxwork had been used, the culprit could at least have been the decency to make it look like the victim. I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency. The point is, if you're going to make a claim about that waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science. I suppose we should expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. But that perhaps means his mind could be changed if we manage to present suitable evidence. Evidence that the Professor Waxwork was inside that birdcage. Can I produce that or not? Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir. Oh? I must warn you, I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. So given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here. So you don't trust anyone in black. Looking in the mirror must be very trying. I do have some evidence that proves the waxwork was inside that birdcage. Namely...
Take that!
What's that? A piece of glass. It was unusually thick for glass. Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket on the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass though, it's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower. The Crystal Tower— holy smoke! Exactly. The centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, where the very incident we were talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through the window of that special glass. From whence this small piece originated. Is that it? Precisely. So what do you say? Now the clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you. Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it. In light of what you show me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter. In that case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now, please. The presence of that piece of glass leaves me in a little doubt that waxwork was indeed inside that birdcage.
Hold it!
I've got to ask, why have you brought that corn into court with you?
Colonel Cobb needs to be growing back in the farm. Picked him off on my way into town. He's a proper nibbler, is he?
Yes, the nibbling seems to be taking quite a while. Maybe it could wait until after the trial.
Oh, I don't like the sound of that. You need colonels at times like this. Whenever I'm somewhat big to decide, the colonels always point me in the right direction, see?
You're talking about your cob of corn.
Nibble, nibble, nobble, guilty, bobble. Nibble, not guilty, out. Nibble, nobble, guilty, bobble. Nibble, not guilty, out. Nibble, nobble, guilty, bobble. Nibble, nobble, guilty, out. Nibble, nobble, guilty, bobble. Nibble, not guilty, out. Perhaps it's akin to fortune-telling with flower petals like people do back home.
So Professor Harebrain's fate is decided by a cob of corn. Could you not at least wait until we've had more time to find the truth before deciding on the defendant's guilt?
Oh, I don't know about that. My tum's awfully full already.
Amazing. Haha, good one, Ryunosuke. I know it seems a little far-fetched to think the waxwork model of the professor was in that birdcage. But on the other hand, it explains a lot. If there really is a reason why that particular waxwork had to be used as Mr. Osmond's double, we must do everything we can to make the jurors understand it. The truth is, I'm sure that's the key to this, but it's the most puzzling part of it too. In that case, you should see what additional information you can glean whilst trying to change the jurors' minds. If you can read a book whilst eating a rice cracker, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm sure you can do this. Right. Yes. Okay, let's do this.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious! To whose statements do you refer, counsel? So, juror number 2.
Oh gosh, me? What can I do for you?
I presume you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Scythe, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before.
Naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. But oh golly, I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean.
Dr. Scythe's maiden name is Stevens, and through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it.
My goodness, evidence, you say? How utterly enthralling.
Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there is substance to your claim. Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Scythe to the mass murderer known as the Professor.
Take that!
I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago. A 10-year-old autopsy report. What relevance does that have? It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor. The Professor's... But the man was a capital offender, so... That's right. This is a certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. What's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens.
Oh my, Courtney Stevens?
Strike a light! It appears the Professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Scythe 10 years ago. A few days ago, Mr. Drebber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the Professor from Madame Tuspel's. A waxwork that doesn't, in fact, resemble the victim, Mr. Osmond, at all.
And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events?
Absolutely. I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind the Professor case is at the heart of a link we have yet to uncover. Between Dr. Courtney Scythe and Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is all most extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further.
Quite right. We can't let this trial come to an end now. Not while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best coroner. I wasn't like this back in my day. We're still here to uphold justice in the end. Are these two what I want? Yeah, because they're both talking about evidence.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious! To whose statements do you refer, counsel? If you could put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5.
Oh, you mean me?
You pointed out it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. The accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the juror sitting beside you.
Oh, is that right?
Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument?
I don't understand much besides Colonel Cobb, to be honest.
Of course you don't. If I could interject here, please do, sir. Now that this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me as a man of science not to pursue the matter further.
Ah well, me too then.
Sorry?
This brainy gentleman says he's right. He must be right. See? I wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Cobb, or anyone who's got stuffing between the ears.
Success! You can call it that. Thank you, Counsel. That will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leading has changed. 2 jurors now call guilty against 4 who call not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time. The trial must continue. We did it.
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Another wonderful victory.
A waxwork of the despicable professor, used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say, it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation. It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Drebber and Dr. Sight. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link. I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't.
The truth, sir, by using evidence and testimony.
If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness. The owner? Madame Tuspels. Huh? I really thought Lord Van Zeeks would object to this whole line of inquiry. Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Tuspels to appear as a witness with immediate effect. Listen carefully, my learned friend. Oh, yes? You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box. The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witnesses and prepare her for taking the stand. Madame Tuspels, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord. Things are getting juicy. I mean, they were already pretty juicy too. I did mention this is my favorite case in the duology, I think. Okay, I don't think I need a break right now. I think I'm actually pretty good, so... And honestly, I just want to get this through because there's some pretty cool scenes coming up, so I'm going to keep on going. Thanks again for joining me on the stream, by the way. I really appreciate it. It's more fun to play with other people, for sure. Also, the ending to this case is a really good one. Ah, the knight errant himself. Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself.
I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he? Oh, if you're going to bed, good night, and thanks for coming. Good night, take care. Ah, of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. Who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies! Ha ha ha! As it turns out, Lord Van Zeeks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realize, isn't he? Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock. And now, a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too.
I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. You make it sound deliberate.
I can't help feeling this professor case is really very puzzling.
Oh yes, in what particular manner?
Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Van Zeeks. It seems that everybody in the trial is a link to the case somehow. Yes. In fact, I alone am not a member of the set. Though that leaves me as an empty seat, set all alone with no intersection to any other.
Excuse me. Oh, that's you. Dr. Scythe? Ah, Courtney Scythe, nay Stevens. Good day to you.
Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you.
What in particular, pray?
You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you?
Why would you assume such a thing?
Because Gregson told me. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant.
A policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Scythe. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened.
That certainly won't be possible.
Huh?
Lord Van Zeeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it.
Lord Strongheart?
The Pandora's box you were warned about is the professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information of it out of me. By attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice. I've always fought crime in the way I see fit. I have no regrets. None at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you.
She mentioned it too, this Pandora's box.
Whatever does it all mean?
There's really no cause for concern, I assure you. When the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent whether you like it or not to. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits.
I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much.
Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Alright, I understand. Thank you. Good. I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing upon it as you gnaw away at the truth. Sholmes caramel. What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially that bit about whatever may come to pass. It's time for the final chapter then. I'm determined to find the truth. No matter what. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready to and able to continue? The prosecution is ready, my lord. Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready. As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation. It seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord. So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Lord Van Zeeks, my lord, are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tuspels? Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned. Very well. Bring in the witness. At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Tuspels to the stand. Things are about to become a lot more intense. If Drebber is responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have an accomplice in Dr. Scythe. And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link admittedly, but at present it's all we have to go on. State your name and occupation for the court, please.
My name is Madame Esmeralda Tuspels. I'm a waxwork artisan, and the proprietress of the Madame Tuspels Museum of Waxwork. You'll have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon.
It looks like Shom's gonna be out of a job pretty soon, huh? Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are 2 of them in the world.
Oh my! What expression is she carving onto that face?
A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this?
Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped.
A waxwork model? Kidnapped?
Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I've just been told, outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim.
Also, I know we had the head, because we got it from Drebber's workshop, but how do we get the rest of the body? Wouldn't Madame Tuspels be against that? At present, that is no more conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odie Osman.
But of course, I know him well. He is a part of my odious personages exhibit.
So she's making reference again to his pun, the word odious. Odious man, Odie Osman.
I detest to say what is evidence, but Mr. Osman does not resemble the professor at all.
Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar.
Are you suggesting that we should see now the demasked visage of the professor? I have the key here, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock.
This is absurd.
Pardon?
I don't know what face you've carved onto your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly, it won't be that of the actual killer. Indeed. The man's identity was never made public, after all. The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There is no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits get its hands on that information.
Quel dommage! It would seem you are unaware of the Tuspels' principles.
What principles?
The family Tuspels has always prided itself in sculpting its models à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voila, our principles.
There's a well-known legend about the Tuspels waxworks from the time of the French Revolution.
A member of the Tuspels family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually, at the guillotine site. You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We test spells will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects.
Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose.
It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations.
Do you mean to say that beneath that mask...
The true visage of the killer is there.
This is ludicrous. It's out of the question.
The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tussbell special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer emerging from his own grave. It's a sight to behold. You should come.
I think, madam, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model, and your personal involvement in its creation.
With pleasure. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Tussbell's family principles. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried I could be discovered.
The gravedigger! The man sanctioned this?
I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did it do, huh?
So you truly saw it? The face of that monster?
Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But Tussbells would not be Tussbells if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures.
I don't believe this. I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madam. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave.
The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. The special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. It was the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitness who saw it.
Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words.
The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That is why I've reproduced the scene as carefully as possible at my museum.
And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it?
That is correct. The professor you see before you here.
Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. This waxwork links Jebber to Dr. Scythe, and there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Scythe and Jebber were in on this crime together. So just a little note about this. So here we have this man rises from the grave, and it's the top headline. And then if you look, there's actually a whole bunch of other articles written around here. And it's actually a little bit of a joke that all these are actually really big actual events that happened during the 19th century. So in other words, the joke here is that the criminal rising from the grave was such a big deal, it made the front page and pushed all these other huge articles to the side. So for example, the Krakatoa eruption in the bottom right was a huge thing. It was one of the biggest volcano eruptions in the past couple centuries. And here it is relegated to being a side article. The Krakatoa eruption actually took place in 1883, and current date in this Great Ace Attorney game is 1990, or 1900, sorry, not 1990, 1900. So if this took place 10 years ago, then the Professor Rising from the Grave was 1890. So the dates are a little bit off. The Krakatoa eruption was 1883. There's also the Great Stink here. The Great Stink was in 1858. So that was another big deal at the time. But again, it's relegated to being a side article because it's just not as big of a deal as the professor riding from the grave. There's also other ones like Mad Sheep Rampage, Charles Darwin to receive a medal, the Bal Masqué to blame for the Great Blaze. Those are all very big events that didn't take place in 1890, but the joke here is that the professor rising from the grave was such a big deal, it made all these cases look like nothing.
Hold it!
And that rumor would be a 10-year-old tale now, but one that no Londoner would ever forget. Alright, I know just what you're talking about, I think. Of course, it couldn't be anything else. Yes, that story will never disappear. The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. That is the central attraction of my House of Horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this. It was in Lowgate Cemetery behind the prison, in the dead of night after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back the stone slab covering his tomb and emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside him, but an instant later he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. The bullet struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more. The scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life. The corpse climbed out of his own grave. And then somebody shot him. Who was it? Nobody knows, even today. But remember, it was just a rumor, perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital. But was it just a story? I mean, this is exactly the scene that can be seen today at your museum, isn't it? The special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. For a while afterwards, the contents of that article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable. Madam, might I say something? Please, go ahead, mademoiselle. When something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. I believe that often, rumors contain elements of the truth. Ah, I see that people from the East can be just as astute as the people of Europe. Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful? It is not possible for the dead to come back to life. Sorry? 10 years ago, I was there in Lowgate Cemetery, and after the criminal known as the Professor was killed by hanging, I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. So I can assure you, the man was dead. I see. It would certainly appear the condemned man suffered the intended fate.
Hold it!
Is that true of every waxwork in your museum, then? It is, assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know. What sort of letters? When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me. Comme ça? No. My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into a waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals a symbol of status even. Because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax. And it is thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course, the Professor, whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from an actual corpse. There are no exceptions to the principles of spells.
Hold it!
Surely that's illegal. isn't it? It would seem the proprietress of this repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed.
It had nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to sculpt him, to record this history.
It is the raison d'etre of the Tuspel's museum. But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity.
I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the professor.
And do you realize what you're saying? The professor's identity is a national secret.
I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close.
Of course it will, as will your entire museum if you don't tread carefully, madam.
That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think. Don't you?
So 10 years ago, on the night of the professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse.
Oui, exactement.
Hold it!
You were there longer than you expected to be.
I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open, and I had some problems with the chin.
Dare I ask?
The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing, and consequently, his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible thought! Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time.
What do you mean?
When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death.
Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant?
It is because of rigor mortis.
Wriggly mortis?
It's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to the relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered.
Well, that was an education, if a slightly scary one.
As the mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw.
I see. So that's why you wait.
Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work.
It's getting hard for me to do my work, with all this talk of corpses. I wonder about that information the courts just heard from Madame Tuspel's. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us. Would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see.
Of course, I do not mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave.
This is no time for jokes, Mr. Sato. Madam, kindly amend your testimony as discussed.
Bien, sir. It took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis.
Hold it!
Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described, whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death. I think you said it starts at the jaw, about 3 hours post-death, is that right?
Oui, c'est ça. Of course, the exact duration depends a little on the season.
I didn't realize a waxwork artisan would be so well versed on the subject.
No, that is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine.
Well, I had no idea about it, but maybe I won't admit to my ignorance about forensic science.
I could ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you'd like.
I think corpses should be your domain. I'm not good with them.
Oh dear, I'll do my very best.
Hold it!
You say that dawn was approaching. What was the time of day then? approximately?
Well, I could not say, but when I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax, the morning light was becoming visible.
The execution took place on 17th of June, which had earliest sunrise of that year. Indeed it did. First light would have been around 4:40 in the morning. That really is early.
The fact is, I had very little time, so I finished my work in a half hour. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If somebody had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry.
Is it me, or does Mr. Sholmes seem to be taking shape more quickly now, too? You certainly appear to go to extraordinary lengths for your work, madam. I wonder, is what she said particularly significant? Madam, those details about how long it took you to complete those sculpture and the early sunrise, could you include them in your testimony? I believe they may be significant.
Of course, if you would like me to.
You're quite right, Mr. Naruhodo. It is intriguing. A sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it? That's not quite what I meant by significant. Kindly amend your formal testimony then, madam.
With pleasure, my lord. I hurried to finish my work in half hour before sunrise. Then I left as soon as the corpse was interred.
Hold it!
Did you have a reason to believe you might be discovered once the sun came up or something?
I had paid the gravedigger money to keep my little secret, of course. But with the morning light, I knew the warden from the prison would commence his patrol of the area.
Couldn't you have paid off the warden too, then?
I had already paid the gravedigger, and as I said, you cannot buy the silence of everyone, or the secret is no longer a secret, huh?
The sunrise was at 4:40 a.m. that day, which means it would have been around 4 when you began your sculpting work.
Oui, that must be correct. That would be when the gravediggers gave me the signal to come out of hiding.
So that's all I have to go on. What's your feeling, Mr. Naruhodo? For some reason, Dr. Scythe went along with Drebber's plan. Now, if that's really true, then the professor is the only other thing we know that links the pair of them. So I feel sure the waxwork must be a clue to this mystery somehow. In that case, we must use this cross-examination to uncover exactly what it means. Otherwise the jurors are sure to revert their leanings, and the trial will be over. I agree, but interestingly, uncovering what the professor has to do with all this means more to Lord Van Zieks than anyone. That's the impression I'm getting anyway.
Yes, as do I.
After all, it's a profound connection to the professor as well. Wait, is there anything about times here? No. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight. 17th June. So it feels at midnight, and she was up until close to 4 a.m. I know what to do, I'm just not sure which statement. I want to do this one. It took her a long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis. That must mean that she must have went between midnight and 3 o'clock, but she said she did it in the half hour before sunrise. Which statement does that pertain to more? Okay, I'm gonna try this one first. Rigor mortis should not have set in yet.
Objection!
Ah, I got it. Madam Tuspels, I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows.
And is that a problem?
I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradict one another.
Quoi?
Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? According to her testimony, Madame Tuspels was creating her wax impression just before dawn. At that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, madam? You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 to 3 hours after death. The man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time. But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Scythe's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June. No. If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would already have set in. Oui, yes, you're right, the chin would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Impossible! Order! Order! Counsel, this is beyond folly! Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Scythe, but you also implicate members of staff at Barclay Prison where the execution took place. By heck! Extraordinary! Not my day!
Objection!
My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? The professor died that night, without question. He did. Of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands.
Objection!
There was no... Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows? Didn't die? Are you insane? What? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case? It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Scythe and the professor, and that one other person of interest. I have evidence that would explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night. Counsel, present the evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution.
Take that!
What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. You're suggesting it was a corpse, coming back from the dead now. Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave, and was killed again.
Objection!
Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened. My word, yes indeed. Mais oui, the young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection!
Of course there was a witness, the story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up. And in any case, this was 10 years ago now. There would be surely no hope of finding him.
Objection!
On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well. What? Are you suggesting, counsel, that you identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place? Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here, before my very eyes. You will substantiate your latest claim now, then, counsel. Who is the alleged witness of this staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago? You really gonna make me spell it out for you guys?
Take that!
The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber. Drebber? The previous witness! The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. A condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber. Order! 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 Surely not, Council. Drebber was there? In Lowgate Cemetery.
Ah. What is all this talk about, Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant?
Of course, Madame Tuspels doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, madam. To your situation as well, in fact.
What situation?
The theft of the Professor waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man.
No. But that would mean...
Madame Tuspels, it would appear you know the name Enoch Drebber.
Yes, I know him. But from a long ago in the past.
What?
Oh my.
Good gracious! And explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
Yes, of course. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from one newspaper. The Daily Circus. It is a paper from which comes the article I have already shown the court.
You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article? Goodness me, yes, here it is. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London, and a resident of his student dorms. Unbelievable.
When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my house of horrors, whether it was the truth or not.
I see. So you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt a waxwork of the man, did you?
Exactement. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery.
So 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death, re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. Oh, very good observation there, chat. Excellent, you're way ahead of the game then. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim, and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Osmond, but the same waxwork that the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated, Dr. Scythe would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying? Dr. Scythe put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who is still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double. Ah! My lord, this court must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. The defense is determined. to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected. Ugh. But according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case?
She told us so herself, didn't she? Lord Van Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it.
Lord Strongheart?
The Pandora's box you were warned about. It's the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information of it out of me.
Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago, and surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that any more than Lord Van Zieks. The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped. Huh? But Lord Van Zieks, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. Yes. Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together. Order! 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 Very well, I will uphold your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect, addressed to Dr. Scythe of the Forensic Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders. Alright then, Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime would never have been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away, I can feel it. The truth behind all this is about to come out. What an interesting cast of people on the witness stand now. Thank you for your attendance in such short notice, Dr. Scythe. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zieks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns, or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt. Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your own workshop. And Dr. Scythe, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other, or are both complicit in this crime. And where is your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model the killer, known as the Professor, was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes, and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Is that so? According to the newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Enoch Drebber, wasn't it? What you saw in that graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality. It would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Scythe's. A secret so profound, it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate on your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Drebber, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. So he was the student who saw it. You can see the resemblance actually, can't you? With the man in Madame Tuspel's, I mean. Surely he's not going to claim that's really what he saw, especially not after all these years. He was a research student at the University of London, was he? And a bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me.
What an interesting twist. When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters. And in a court of law, too. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank, I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night. For what it's worth.
So, Mr. Drebber, your testimony, please, about the events of that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery.
Yes, of course, as you wish. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery all the years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustration in the newspaper article is based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realize I never actually saw the professor. So afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up on the dream of becoming a scientist. It was all because of that newspaper article.
Wait a minute. You're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now.
Of course, you'd have to have a screw loose if you believed a corpse could come back from the dead.
But, so you're saying this article is...
not worth the paper it's printed on. I think that would describe it perfectly. Yes.
Nah.
If the details in the article aren't true, it nullifies the argument for why Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe would have been working together.
So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument. Tell me, witness. You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Could you elaborate?
That's right. Grave robbing, to be precise. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students at the university, it has a reputation for being haunted by ghosts of the condemned convicts.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead.
So you're one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society.
Actually, my fellows and I went by another name. The Repurposers.
That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with a bad grade, so identified me unambiguously, I might add.
I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article?
Ah yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done, claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish, very foolish.
Well, counsel for the defense. You may proceed to the cross-examination now. At once, my lord. Yeah, I'm wondering why... I mean, the fact that Enoch's text always has like a colored dialogue in it, it must be like a character trait. I feel like maybe it's to make him seem robotic or something like that. Maybe he like emphasizes certain words that he shouldn't. Like a robot or something. I feel like it's just flavor text. It must be.
Hold it!
Because usually they only highlight important words. But for him, and they highlight like one word every sentence. By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you?
Surely you only need to look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that.
The lantern and the spade. But who on earth would want to buy a dead body? Any major hospital. Hospital? In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Though obviously, they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means.
As inspiring scientists, we young research students had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. So we made surreptitious arrangements with hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. That was all for the furtherance of science, you see. That's what we told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard at night, spade in hand. You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you were caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences. We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research. Professor Harebrain said exactly the same. I'm quite speechless at the apparent lividity which you revealed this abhorrent behavior. Well, if you want to know why I was there at Lowgate Cemetery, that's the reason. I never expected it to end the way it did, that I regret to this day.
Hold it!
The strange happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny. Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time, you know. I was shaking like a leaf. But they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very nearly arrested myself. So you went to the papers instead. I started big with the London News, but unsurprisingly they didn't want to know either. In the end though, it was reporters from the gossip rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story. And it spread like the plague through the capital, as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale. The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets. Yet only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories. What about the article in the Daily Circus? That particular journalist found me in my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name, so I recounted to him exactly what happened that night. And from your description, he drew this illustration. Precisely, that's how I learned that the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see. Newspaper reporters are wont to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. So the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate then. Well...
Hold it!
What are you talking about? I think I explained already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison, so it was renowned amongst the students of the university for being haunted by the ghosts of the condemned convicts. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night, and as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life. But you said you actually saw it. I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night. I don't know. Is there any material evidence that could show he really did see the professor? I don't think I have it yet. Wait, no, I do. Is now the time for that, though? If we have anything at all, Mr. Naruhodo. I know, I need to present it against that irritatingly backtracking statement of his. The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life. Oh, I thought they were going to ask me for the evidence there.
Hold it!
Okay, we'll keep that in mind. A young woman being Madame Tuspel's, of course. Precisely. I must say, I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I've explained, I went by the name published in the article, and comme ça, I found the man. Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time, and the young lady put £5 in front of me. So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded. Ah oui, I remember now. Purchased something else from you that day, n'est-ce pas? Yeah, here comes the camera. Did you? I can't say I remember.
What was it, madam?
His camera.
Ah,
Oh yes, I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery.
you took a camera with you, sir. To what end?
To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. And I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it.
I see.
But I still have it, monsieur. It is part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors.
Well, technically I have it now, don't I?
I'm very meticulous about such details. It is the Tuspel's way. It would seem, then, that this very camera Mr. Drebber took with him to Logate Cemetery on the night in question.
Yes, interesting. It's a good thing I didn't present that right away then, I needed that detail.
Hold it!
This article, you mean? Published in the Daily Circus.
Yes, somebody informed the Dean it was my name that appeared in the article. I carelessly let slip that night after night. I was digging up graves, hardly a model student, you might say. The university's reputation was execrably defiled, and I was expelled as a result. Mon Dieu, I had no idea.
And having been run out of university, you found employment in a somewhat specialist trade. You combined your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never before seen technology, and use those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Professor Albert Harebrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he?
Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort.
What's Trevor up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim?
I wonder if perhaps it's because the circumstances have changed now.
What circumstances?
Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago,
He'll expose a secret in Dr. Scythe's path that she would desperately want to hide. Yes, of course. If Drebber and Dr. Scythe are working together now, then if Drebber were to betray her, there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. I had to prove he really did see it. Prove he really did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead, as he originally claimed.
Yes, Mr. Narhoda, exactly.
I'm also surprised they didn't make me do a thing where he says the statement and then Madame Tuspels would do the exclamation. I have to go inspect her. I'm surprised they just kind of gave that to me.
Objection!
Wait, was that not the right point? The defense would have to object to that last statement, my lord. And I would have to overrule your objection, counsel. The defense would have to accept the penalty given. I like it though if you give the wrong answer, I like it when they give you very short dialogue so you can immediately get back into it. I hate it when you give like really long dialogue just to say that you got it wrong. It's a little annoying. Glad to hear it, and you would also have to think again, Okay, maybe that was the wrong statement. Never actually saw the professor at all. That's... No, that has to be right. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself again. Okay, so this is his contract. Do I need to re-examine this? Why? Is that why? It has a check mark on it. No, that's definitely it. Okay, I have no problem with that statement. I have a problem with this. He never actually saw the professor at all. That is untrue. He was visited by Tuspels and gave up his dream of becoming a scientist. It was all because of a newspaper article. Wait, that's not true. Right? Because he has this award.
Objection!
No, that's not right. Surely something about the last statement seems odd. Okay, this is the same. Wait, the judge just threatened to send Naruhodo back home to Japan. Okay, no, it has to be this. Wait, maybe I have to press him on this now that I have the new information. Wait, no, maybe I have to present it here. Wait, what? And I presented it. On that exact statement, too. Okay, let's think about this. Do I have anything else that shows that he ran into the professor on that day? Oh, I know. Okay, so I can't present the article, because obviously this is fiction, but he described this picture to them when they presented it. So, if he described this picture, that means he's seen the professor's mask. He says there's no way I've seen him, yet how'd he have known the professor was wearing a mask? Like, look at that drawing. Do I present the article, though, or do I present the head?
Objection!
Okay, it's not the head. I'm certain it's one of these two things. It's not the blood. It's the article. It's the two pieces together.
Objection!
Sorry, Mr. Driver, but I don't believe that. See, the reason why I didn't want to present the article was because I didn't want him... Because the articles technically could be refuted as fiction. So I was like, oh, it's not the article. But I was thinking wrong. It's not the article, it's the picture in the article itself. That's what got me. Don't believe what? Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago. Oh dear, we seem to be at odds. But I was there, and you were not. I know what I didn't see. The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb, wearing an iron mask. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago, it was decided in the closed court's ruling that the man could wear a mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial. Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face, but obviously the provision of this mask was not public knowledge. So, Mr. Drebber, as you've just heard, a lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you'd actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable the artist would have included the mask in that illustration. Yeah. That was a really tricky one. Order, order. Well, Mr. Trevor. It's a vile scene, isn't it? If you look closely. And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified, which is why I had it in my head I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken. You're still saying you didn't see it? If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course, of course. Only too happy to oblige. I can't believe he's still not going to concede the point. So we're not done with this cross-examination yet. What in fact I witnessed was a fellow grave robber at work. Oh, that's an interesting take.
Hold it!
Fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart very nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see? You're claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself. Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Clearly, a fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity, wouldn't you say?
Objection!
But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. We might assume the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them. If a gravedigger had been shot in the cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord. Ah, yes, well, I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter. Oh, here we go.
Excuse me!
Madam Tuspels. Don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes.
Ooh la la, pardon. I was lost in my thoughts.
Would it be fair to say Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you some way?
I thought it was a little strange, that was all. How Monsieur Drebber could claim this now.
If you don't mind me saying, madam, what are you talking about? I love how all three of these witnesses each have their own musical theme too, so when one of them says something surprising, they can whip it out and play it, and you know exactly who it's for.
Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Including the gunshot.
Stop! You might want to. Watch your tongue, you know.
Objection!
Have a care, Drebber. That's no way to speak to a lady. Gah! Please, Madam Tuspels. Carry on.
Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man.
I said nothing of the sort.
No, you were very explicit about the details. About the mask the figure was wearing. And the blood that spattered over you when he was shot.
Enough! Shut up, woman! You're making all this up! That will do. Mr. Drebber. Yes. You refute the account just given by Madame Tuspels. I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Come on, do you really expect us to believe you? Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom. Right. Under the circumstances, I think it best you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness.
Very well.
Oh, you found fan art of these characters? That's an interesting take.
There was no gunshot from behind me at all, nor any spattering of blood. Okay, here, this is what I need. Now I got you.
Objection!
Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera?
Huh. But that is the camera from the fateful night.
Yes, I stole it from your exhibit. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber.
And is that supposed to be significant?
This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed the lens extends forwards on the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it!
What's that? There, just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain. That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact.
Good lord, are you suggesting?
Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood.
Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe? It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood, not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all, simple enough.
I propose that Madame Tuspel's testimony was correct. That on the night in question 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound.
Well,
And that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb.
Yeah!
There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
But why? Why would he want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. For whose, then? Who could benefit? Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody. My goodness, he's shielding someone.
Yeah.
Yes, my lord, and clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed. Well, counsel, who is it then? Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night?
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe. Scythe? What? Whatever do you mean? Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light.
What are you insinuating?
And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor. That would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
This is beyond a joke. Need I point out the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape that, not in Great Britain.
Objection!
But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging. If that were really true, counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up. And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret, even if that meant being complicit in a crime. You mean? I mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating in Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Osmond with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Lord Van Zeeks. Pray forgive my freshly filled hollow chalice, and a whole raft of other discourtesies now. Goodness me! It's just the sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night, only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever? Well, I have no idea at the moment. We have too little information to work that out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more. The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. Ugh. And have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend? Considered what? Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such a criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary. Quite. Hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research that could warrant it. To rely on some stage deception, while so much is at stake, would be madness. Well, I suppose. And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture, and could be instrumental in future profits too. Yes, I have no reason to kill Mr. Osmond at all. Or are you forgetting that his death results in me receiving not a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no? There is a contract, that's very true. The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Using threats to force the head of a forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme. Especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. If the research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Osmond's life would have made no sense anyways. Which means Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Osmond. But why? What was his motive then? Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this charade. Let's see if you can back this up, or back up your heady proposal, shall we? How do you explain why this engineer would throw all the caution to the wind and threaten his own countrymen? That apprentice has got good reflexes. Either that or he's very used to Van Zeeks doing that. At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence. Alright, who exactly was Mr. Osmond to Drebber? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet. And I'm going to have to present it. 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. Oh good, yeah. Yes, my lord. The evidence that establishes a motive and explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here.
Take that!
It's this newspaper article, my lord. That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? That drivel should never have been written. It's typical gutter-press nonsense that means nothing. Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Osmond dead. What other evidence? Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence, which with cross-reference with the newspaper article, establishes a motive for the deed.
Take that!
It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Osmond. Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not. What? There's something very significant this newspaper article and the contract have in common. Really? And it says a common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odie Osmond. It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these two pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between this newspaper article and the contract?
Take that!
What these two pieces of evidence have in common is a signature. A signature? The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. What? Ah! As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Osmond's signature at the bottom. Let me see now. Good lord, yes, they're identical. In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odie Osmond.
Objection!
But explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Osmond? Well, if you think back, you'll remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with a bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. Then I gave up on my idea of becoming a scientist. It was all because of that newspaper article. At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life. So Mr. Osmond used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? He did, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Mr. Osmond managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. So, you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article, written by Mr. Osmond. Enough! Stop this endless drivel about my life! What? Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber. Yes, it's true, I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypothesis anyway. We all did. Only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen, and patented by some wretch or other after all. Good gracious. Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection!
Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me? I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. How dare you? And I have the evidence to prove it. How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine, if you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it. What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave university because I lacked talent?
Take that!
Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop. Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? What exactly is this trophy, Council? It's the greatest honor that could be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent that promises a bright future. Good gracious! Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future, your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Osmond was. When it dawned on you he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life. It's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. The truth is... Finally, he's going to fold. Fine. Clearly this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. What? What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. No. Good lord! Dr. Scythe, do you realize what you're saying, woman? It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the bird cage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago. All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now. Okay, this whole plot, very risky, because I know he realized that the forensics team must be the first one on the scene because it has to do with the inventions, which are protected by the Invention Act. But to bank on the fact that the investigation team would get there first before any random witnesses, and to count on Dr. Scythe being the first one to see the body and find the envelope, read it in time so no one else had the chance to see, and then proceed to carry out the plan. Very, very risky. But also really, really interesting, though. It made this case very interesting. Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point in trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything. Surely it goes without saying. You admit your part in it too, then. I admit nothing. At all. What? Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong. No! Oh, come on, man. The jury surely has it out for you. Order, order, order! Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zeeks. Yes. I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. I have heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. This trial is not the proper forum for which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain. Very true. It has slipped my mind. Isn't he one of your closest friends? As the court has heard, Dr. Scythe has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt. You mean? At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection? None, my lord. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. You've proven Professor Harebrain's innocence. Without further ado, then, the abjuration. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss. I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Scythe suddenly admit to it like that? Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is...
Objection!
The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord. I beg your pardon. We demand one final testimony. What? You do realize I'm about to abdicate in favor of your client, I presume? What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking? The truth is, the whole truth, and a way to bring it out into the open. Right. Yes, in hindsight. Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client, and to secure an acquittal. Obviously. But that's not all. I believe I have a duty to the court, to pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe. And testimony from me? About what? about the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber. In case it's escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. Stop wasting everyone's time. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
Pray forgive my careless handling of that hollowed bottle. I slipped. That's what you call it? What is your objection, Lord Van Zieks? The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid. If there is more to this case than has yet to come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. You'll what? Lord Van Zieks. This is the most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Scythe, you will testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber. Aye. Very well. We're at the home stretch, guys. It's a doozy. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside the jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it. So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specifically designed for the deception. So it seems, and all meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. So kind of you to say. And what about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower, instead of under the stage. That's all. That's terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of the deceit, and that only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you. You must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for a cross-examination, I would say. No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling something's wrong. Just look at that expression on Dr. Scythe's face. It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony. What is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent? Very well. If you so desire, counsel, proceed with a cross-examination. Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
From what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Did you have any idea who was behind it? There are very few people in the know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyway, I'd never heard of this engineer. So no, I had no idea. Yet despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it. I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern. But the horse is bolted now, and the stable door will never shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all this. Yes, thank you, Lord Van Zieks. I'm well aware of that. So as I understand it, what you found in the birdcage was the waxwork model. Where then was the victim's body? I also noticed that Madame Tuspel seems to have disappeared from the stand.
Hold it!
So you knew about the special construction of the stage, used to carry out the trick then. It was quite obvious what had happened with the victim and the waxwork. And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower, and the waxwork.
I wrapped it up and sent it by carriage to the specified address at the specified time. Why were you given such directions?
Presumably so it could be recovered by Drebber and returned to Madame Tespel's.
I see. Then you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage. Yes, although someone obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where. I thought I'd made it perfectly clear to the team, but still.
I suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being a more important detail.
Hold it!
When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this. Yes, the instructions in the engineer's note said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Hairbrain alone could have killed Osman.
So, you mean that was your doing?
I fetched Hairbrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me alone to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen.
Alone, Doctor.
I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then, I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly.
So, the actual cause of death was...
the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop.
My word.
What is it, Miss Usato? Something about Dr. Scythe's last statement is playing on my mind, that's all.
Yes, mine too. Dr. Scythe.
There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well.
The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony.
Oh, which part?
What I want her to supplement her testimony with is... Okay, I already know what this is all about. How you stabbed Mr. Osmond in the chest. That part.
Fine. If that's what you want, there's really no need to point.
As everyone else points at her too. The prosecution concurs. Okay, we'll press her last statement before I present the evidence, though. Very well, you will supplement your testimony now, witness.
If you wish, my lord. I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the toppled cage and plunged the screwdriver into the chest.
Hold it!
So it was you who stabbed Osmond with this?
Yes, far easier than dissection, I assure you. No precision required.
What a welcome change.
The victim died instantly from a stabbed neck. All I did was carry out the instructions I've been given.
As unflinchingly as ever, no doubt. I imagine you didn't bat an eyelid when you drove the weapon into his body.
There was no need to bat my eyelids.
What else did you do to twist the facts? Remind the court, why don't you?
If you wish.
Hold it!
The entire team, in perverting the course of justice.
My team consists of the very best investigators there are. I demand loyalty from all members. We operate on a code of chivalry of sorts.
You aid and abet a murderer, commit perjury, and dared to talk of chivalry?
It was a matter of priorities.
What?
Nothing was more important than protecting the secret of the professor. My team did what was necessary without losing sight of the primary goal. I consider their conduct exemplary. Ugh. Don't concede the point, Mr. Naruhodo. We mustn't let her win. I need a lawyer. I'll take that silence as tacit acceptance. Now can we move on?
Hold it!
But at what cost? Faith in Scotland Yard is going to suffer a terrible blow as a result of this. And your precious secret is out now anyway. Yes, as you say. And I take full responsibility. Blow me down! Dr. Scythe! Surely there was some other way you could have protected the secret. No, there really wasn't. I've done my utmost, believe me. In many ways, I respect your determination. Ooh, I nearly froze under that cold stare as she said that. I do believe she was being genuine though, Mr. Naruhodo. So that's her story. She's admitted everything and revealed her full involvement in the crime. I do wonder if there really could be much more to it. Well, I don't know, but I just have a feeling. Do you, Mr. Naruhodo? The truth is, I find it strange too. How those two are reacting to this in completely opposite ways, I mean. Yeah, look at their expressions. Yes, exactly. For some reason, I feel sure they're trying to hide something else. Yeah, good night. Take care if you have to go to bed. We're almost at the end here, though, for those of you sticking around. And also, I want to tell you, after the conclusion of the trial, there's a very important cutscene that I think you'll want to see. Whether it's now or whether you want to save it for watching the playback. But it'll be worth it, I tell ya. And definitely worth seeing before the next episode. Luckily tomorrow, I'm taking a break day, because I have some plans. So there's no stream tomorrow, so those of you can actually spend some time maybe catching up on things that you missed if you're interested. Just a thought. Not to say you have to watch my videos or anything like that, but I'm glad you guys are enjoying this, though. So this is a statement I have a problem with. Yes, definitely.
Objection!
I've got a nasty feeling. This inconsistency points to extremely uncomfortable truth. Oh, listen to that music, guys! What on earth is the matter, Counsel? Have you lost your tongue? I apologize, my lord. Dr. Scythe, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point. It seems to defy explanation. Oh, I love this music. It's like a remix of the previous objection themes, or objection theme. Out with it, my learned friend. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph, which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection!
And the court has already examined that photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it.
Objection!
Yes, we have already considered it. That's true. We now know the facts to be different. What do you mean? I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in the photograph would we see the alleged inconsistency with the witness's statement?
Take that!
Look closely at the bloodstain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends in a downwards direction, towards the man's feet. And why is that significant, Counsel? If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely if the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected. Ah! Of course! No! That's not what happened! Exactly, my lord. Dr. Scythe made it very clear in her testimony just now. At the point at which she stole Professor Harebrain's screwdriver to stab the victim. It was after the grand deception was set in motion, when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear the birdcage would have fallen on its side after a 30-foot drop. If the victim had really been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position,
blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. Or to have formed the longitudinal appearance we see in this picture is inconceivable. Ah! Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound, it must be the case that when he stabbed Mr. Osmond, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Scythe, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified that contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. Oh, right. Sorry, the remix from earlier was a remix of the pursuit theme, not the objection theme. But you get the idea. We've all been under great misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Scythe. You claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer. If that is the case, what is it, man? Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Scythe's story is shown to be a lie by the contradiction in her testimony? The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. If, when the victim was stabbed, the blood from this wound seeped downwards as it did, we can be sure the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. But as you rightly pointed out, the bird cage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would, which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection!
That's impossible. The man was dead, remember? No, that is a misapprehension. Oh, here it comes again. The Pursuit mix. I think this track is called Prelude to Pursuit, or something like that. When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. But Mr. Osmond didn't die in the fall. He probably lost consciousness for a while. When he came around, he got up to his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Scythe appeared. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. Mr. Odie Osmond's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrain, nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Grr. Ah! Order, order, order! Can this possibly be true? Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him. You hoped that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end before you were accused of far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. Oh, do shut up! You're so desperate now, you're making all this up. As if I would do something like that.
Objection!
I assure you, the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruhodo has established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Ha! Logic! Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. What? What do you mean? Huh.
I'd have thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Osman? Osman was involved in any number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder. But there's no known connection to Dr. Scythe there. I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat rather far-fetched. I thought her... You see, if I were Dr. Scythe in this moment, I would say, well, what if he landed in a way that his cage was still upright, like against the wall or something, or, you know, there was some debris that kept his cage up, or his body was propped up because of the force. But I guess from the flashback we saw there was nothing nearby, so she didn't even think to make that. Besides, it would just complicate the trial, so fine. True, there's no obvious motive, but there's still something in the back of my mind. I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner might have done this. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report. But murdering someone for no reason is a very different story.
Objection!
No. When you question what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Osman, something did come to mind. What? What was that, Counsel? Enlighten the court at once. Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seems strange. We had no reason to suspect it at the time. There's a particular object that explains why Dr. Scythe would have wanted to kill Mr. Osman. It's a scalpel. Rather, scalpels. Did you say scalpels? Ugh! It would appear that word has struck a chord, Doctor. You, come on, out with it. It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory. Look at this big thick book here. Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh, what is it? It's clear the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. $500 scalpels a month? At first I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Yeah, you could have hidden it a bit better, you would think. Osman's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding, tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's account to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward. Ugh. 10 years ago, when Mr. Osman was still a journalist, wrote this article about Mr. Drebber. He may well have stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Scythe's darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade. Her darkest secret? Good lord, you mean... I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago, but clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Osman in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. You'll never understand. None of you. What? We've had to keep covered up all these long years. As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb, the truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out. And if you do decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Scythe will escape punishment for her crimes.
Please, sir, own up to what you've done, and tell the court the truth about what happened. 10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness, and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fate's had over you all these years. Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, I mean really. It's the addle-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact they don't have any talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness. This is the same music that also played during the reminiscence theme during Case 5 of the first game, during Ashley Graydon's breakdown. It's called the Ash Gray Dance, or something like that. Careful, Mr. Drebber. I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it? So you admit it. You admit it was nothing more than a sham, made for the purpose of killing the victim. Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge. Revenge for the future that Mr. Osmond's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. The revenge you sought didn't stop at Osmond, did it? Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. You see, yes I see. The condemned convict you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of these events was true, then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. So your plan required you abduct that particular waxwork model, in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well. Or on Dr. Scythe, to be precise. It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Osmond turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. About the coroner who'd handled that bogus autopsy that being appointed head of a new forensic team. When I learned that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan. What a horrid tale. He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him, for revenge. And I had that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I've had to endure. Your actions against those who'd ruin your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis. But he had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew he would be forever branded as a failure and a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man.
I...
Lord Van Zieks, what of Dr. Scythe? You see, I think my only regret about this trial in general was I wish that Drebber and Scythe had an interesting or notable breakdown animation. I know maybe it wouldn't fit the circumstances because at the end it was very solemn. But I don't know, maybe somewhere in one of the previous cross-examinations, if at least Drebber, because Drebber's a little bit more of an eccentric fellow compared to Scythe, so I would have expected him to some kind of robot dancing breakdown or something, right? There's still more though. If you're still watching, there's a cutscene after this trial that's very, very important that I think if you made it this far, you might as well watch it because it's very good. So stick around. An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days, along with Mr. Drebber. A most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contributions to the profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Harebrain.
Oh, yes.
It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you are absolved of all guilt.
This whole experience has taught me a very, but painful lesson. Me, this dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy, I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all...
Professor?
I spent my life thinking of nothing but my research, misguidedly believing I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process, I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I.
Yes, true, Enoch, I feel like the fault of the entirety of the trial wasn't entirely on him, so I feel like the solemn mood at the end is probably why they didn't give him a breakdown, but they gave a breakdown, surprisingly, to Yasanosa in the very first case. And he's one of the very few people who are not final culprits to get a breakdown in this duology. So, I don't know. I feel like that's the only thing missing from this trial, I think, to make it my... I still say this is my favorite case of the duology, but I think that little bit of extra breakdown would have made it all the more sweet. No, Professor, that's not true.
What?
Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing and his alone. The outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way.
Lord Van Zieks.
And the derision with which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams, that's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such choices.
Oh. Thank you, Baroque.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. It is this court's expectation you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused. I presume there are no objections. None from me, my lord.
Certainly not.
This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision. It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever.
Huh? What's that? Istanis? It's all over.
I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place. Very well. I'm surprised the jury kept quiet for this entire last section, but of course they didn't want to drag out the case longer than necessary. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant not guilty. Court is adjourned. It's over. That was some trial. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it?
Oh, it is it? Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain. Mr. Naruhodo, Mr. Sato, I am truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough?
I'm just glad it's all been cleared up. You realize you were just caught up in a bad situation.
Right now, you know, if I had that research grant money, yeah, I'd give the whole lot to you, every penny.
Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so...
We don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough. Oh dear. Well, what can I do? Aha! How about this as a memento? This paper about my hypothesis inside.
Well, just as a memento then. Thank you.
I've been wondering, Professor, what are you going to do now? Oh my, yes. What am I going to do? My hypothesis and my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the great exhibition whilst I'm here too. See if any new inspiration hits me. Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea.
I can't allow that. Lord Van Zeeks, what are you doing in here?
Baroque!
I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert.
Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey.
You're one of the few true friends I have. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution or the defense.
Sorry? Or the defense? Did I just hear that right? I always knew you had my best interest at heart, don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on.
Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you.
What?
From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets.
But no! Hold on a minute, Baroque. What about the great exhibition? This is a chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around.
No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea.
So sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Baroque. Lord Van Zeeks, what's all this about?
Unnecessary precaution.
Yes, I think I understand.
You do?
Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Van Zeeks' office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing.
Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time. I think it was nice of him to ask.
The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well, even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as a prosecutor. You mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas?
Those in the Reaper's sights meet their ends days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up till now.
But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent.
True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend.
But Baroque...
Like the mustached Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. And that's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once.
Right.
Does your friend-shaped package get any say in it?
Goodness, was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Zieks?
In court, where people think of him as a Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless, and yet, sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all. It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being.
Yes, alright. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you so much for everything.
Not at all, Professor. It was a great pleasure getting to know you.
Best wishes, Professor Hairbrain. Well, once the dust is settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now.
Now, my Nipponese friend. Oh, yes. I thought you'd gone too. We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time? You want to talk with me? I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. The enigma, Baroque Van Zieks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes then. So, are you satisfied? You saved a guileless scientist from a great injustice. Yes, I think so. I'm relieved, at least, that the man's innocence could be proven. Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from. Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagine you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now, I think differently. You clearly know our ways, so I'd guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please? The professor. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest.
He took your brother's life.
Clint. My brother was Clint Van Zieks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan.
Oh, it was 16 years ago then. One of them could have been my father.
Of course, I remember Dr. Mikotoba well.
I had no idea.
He was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Nipponese.
So, you've actually met my father?
He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a great impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even, just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally solved. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks. Truly. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway. So he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time. In plain sight? Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires. A new treaty was being forged, I think. Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our two nations could very well have ended up at war. What? A war between Britain and Japan? But that would mean... Oh my! You mean to say the professor was...
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time. Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster. I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
Wait a minute. That face. I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Father. What? Father? Kazuma! My best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned. As he stood there before me, Ryunosuke. Hello again. My friend.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here
when I could not.
It was an honor.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
I owe you thanks, too, for taking good care of that in my absence.
Oh. Karuma, the great blade of the Asogi clan, passed down through the generations. When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. A Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword. And I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
I've made it. At last.
Father. Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm looking at it, but I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
Kazuma-sama.
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about, but now is not the time. I'll be seeing you.
That's all Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
So he's the living after image of the man who took my brother's life, is he? Okay, I like how Baroque, disappeared halfway through that cutscene because he wasn't important. And I don't think Madame Tuspels will be very happy to see what happened to her wax figure. But I have a lot of thoughts about this, but I'm going to talk about it after the episode because I want to get this through for you guys. Especially for those of you that need to get to bed, right? It's getting late. Yes, Kazuma Sogi, my best friend. 3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there. Some connection. Why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Van Zeek's apprentice? And when he was suffering amnesia, too. The man was apprehended, even executed. But his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting with me as I asked. "10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I'd ever seen him. Poor Susato-san. All this is tied up with painful memories for her, too. She's never talked about this with me before, though. It took time to adjust to having father around. Just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son. A boy, 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father, so he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Asogi. So you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter, but in many, it was the start of a new one.
And that's the end of this chapter. Now you know why it's called The Return of the Great Departed Soul. In more ways than one, actually, it's got quite a few. Okay, so closing thoughts. I did say that was my favorite case of the duology, and I think it had the most interesting characters introduced, an interesting plot, plus that final cutscene. And you know, I felt like the first time, it's just really a shame that I've played this before, because it would have been fun to like live stream my initial reaction to seeing that, right? Although admittedly, like the first time I saw that cutscene in Japanese, I felt a lot of emotion. Because obviously you guys saw, I'm a big fan of Kazuma back in the first couple chapters. And I spoiled myself. I knew that was coming. Because originally the English translation of the Japanese games was a little bit slow. So by the time I caught up with it, they were still only in case 2 of Great Ace Attorney 2. They were still on Natsume's case. And the translation had halted. They were taking a break. And I was like, no, I need more. I need more. There was like a huge gap between the update for that English translation update and the next one. Like almost over probably a year and a half or more, I had to wait for the translation between episode 2 and episode 3 of The Great Ace Attorney 2. And of course, I wanted more, right? I was desperate for more. So in that time period, I had to look up more about the game, which was my undoing. I know I should not have done that. You know, I thought like, oh, well, Kazuma's dead, you know, there's nothing more that could be spoiled about him, right? So I check out his freaking page on the Ace Attorney wiki, and like the first thing I see is like mentioning his appearance in Great Ace Attorney 2, and then there's the artwork for it, and I was like, aw, dang it. Dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it. I mean, the beginning of case 3 here makes it quite clear, like right off the bat. The first time you encounter him, Ryunosuke is like, gosh, this guy looks familiar. And then when you encounter him during day 2 with Susato, they pretty much spell it out for you. But man, that still did not take away from the emotional impact of me seeing him return. But that means there's a lot more interesting stuff yet to come, because as you can see, we still have 2 more cases left to go. We have episode 4, Twisted Karma and His Last Bow, and then the last one. So we're still in for a ride, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you so much for joining me on this live stream. Thank you for joining me on my 100th YouTube video. Very exciting. I didn't plan it, but the fact of the matter that it happens just to be on this video is very suiting for me, I think. So I guess I was very lucky. Tomorrow we're taking a break from the live streams, partially because originally I was going to continue, but I made some plans with some friends, so I thought, hey, we'll take a break. And for those of you that might be behind, or maybe you missed some episodes in the past, or you want to catch up, or you maybe, I don't know, want to see the end of another live stream because you went to sleep, maybe consider taking a day to go and do that, because the next 2 cases they're going to wrap everything up between these 2 games. So there's going to be a lot of spoilers, and a lot of loose ends from all the previous cases are going to be wrapped up in these 2 last cases all together. It's going to be the grand conclusion. So if you're going to watch the future live streams and you haven't finished catching up, you might be confused at some of the plot threads that are being dropped and concluded. So, I mean, not telling you have to, watch my videos, but, if you want the full enjoyment of this game, because I am very passionate about this game, I do recommend watching things in order, just because I think you get the best experience out of everything from experiencing the game in order. Or maybe consider buying it yourself and playing through some of it yourself. It's a great game. All right. With that said, thank you so much for joining me, guys. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you didn't stay up too late for those of you in my time zone on this side of the world. Take care of yourselves, and I'll see you in 2 days from now on Sunday for episode 4, Twisted Karma and His Last Bow. Night, guys. Thanks again.